Have you ever felt the hair on the back of your neck stand up when a cold breeze whispers through an abandoned room? History hides shadows more chilling than any ghost story, secrets that refuse to stay buried. From vanished civilizations swallowed by shifting sands to monuments whose carvings defy all logic, the past clutches mysteries that haunt our collective imagination. Imagine standing before an ancient tomb, its entrance sealed for millennia, yet inside lies a message no scholar can decode. Picture a remote coastline where echoes of a lost fleet still stir the mist at dawn. What force toppled entire dynasties without a trace? Why do certain artifacts pulse with an energy we cannot explain? Tonight, we peel back the veil on history's most spine-tingling enigmas. Cases so perplexing they blur the line between fact and legend. We'll journey to forgotten ruins, pore over cryptic manuscripts, and challenge everything you thought you knew about our world. So sit back, relax, and let's dive in, because some mysteries refuse to stay silent. A narrow shaft of moonlight filters through the canvas walls of a nomadic pavilion, illuminating droplets of dew on the heavy leather rugs beneath your feet. The air is thick with the tang of wine and the faint scent of incense, dragged in from distant spice caravans. Outside, the night is silent except for the low murmur of the Tisa River, winding through the Pannonian Plain like a living thing. Here, in the heart of Attila's encampment, history's greatest barbarian prepares for his final rest. On the night of March 31st, AD 453, Attila the Hun, scourge of God to the Romans, lays aside the sword that once carved an empire from the fractured remnants of Rome. Modern accounts speak of a lavish celebration, a wedding feast in honor of his new bride, Ildiko. We know from Priscus, the historian, that Attila drank deeply, as was his custom. But what happened next dissolves into the mist of legend and conjecture. The traditional story holds that, in the early hours, Attila retired to his inner tent, overcome by a sudden and violent nosebleed. When dawn broke, his lifeless body was discovered, face down, the blood pooling on the fine linens. Did he choke on his own blood, felled by a ruptured vessel? Some historians suggest a medical explanation, perhaps a brain aneurysm or esophageal varices, common in those who drink heavily, finally gave way. Could a hardened warrior, long accustomed to wounds and battles, be undone by a simple hemorrhage? Yet other voices whisper of darker possibilities. Poisoning, they say, administered by Roman agents eager to rid themselves of an unstoppable foe. Cassiodorus hints that Attila's sudden collapse bore the hallmarks of treachery. Might Ildiko herself, newlywed, possibly betrayed by political machinations, have slipped a lethal draught into his goblet? The thought lingers, a silent assassin moving through the camp, unseen by the bodyguards who encircled their lord like wolves. Then there are those who invoke the divine. In Visigothic lore, Attila was cursed by a bishop, a hex that would strike him down in his triumph. On the eve of his fatal feast, priests on the Danube are said to have prayed fervently, warning that his victories would end not on the battlefield, but in the stillness of his own tent. Is it coincidence that the Hun who had never known defeat should fall to forces unseen? Archaeologists have scoured burial sites along the Tisa, seeking a warrior's grave to match the legend. None have yielded Attila's remains. His body, according to Priscus, was returned to the steppes for a secret interment, his final resting place hidden from friend and foe alike. Even the great earth mounds that dot the plains fail to bear definitive proof. Do these silent tumuli conceal the Hun king, or merely the spirits of lesser chiefs, forever lost to time? More speculative theories venture beyond the obvious. Some suggest a sudden allergic reaction, a rare condition triggered by incense smoke or a new wine imported from the East. Could a foreign spice, unfamiliar to his blood, have ignited a fatal airway constriction? Others propose that Attila, ever mindful of omens, might have taken his own life rather than face the humiliation of defeat. After all, he had marched to the banks of the Rhine, looted Aquileia, and forced tribute from emperors. To die by his own hand would be the final assertion of control. In the dusty scrolls of Byzantine chroniclers, a curious footnote appears. A star seemed to wane above the camp on the night of his death. Astrologers at Constantinople spoke of a planet's light dimming, a portent of a ruler's fall. Could celestial events have aligned with human intrigue, forging a moment where fate and conspiracy converged? If we fast forward to today, the debate still rages among scholars. Medical specialists reconstruct possible scenarios in academic journals, weighing alcohol-related cirrhosis against aneurysms and allergic shock. Military historians analyze the political landscape. Could the Eastern Roman Empire have orchestrated a covert strike within enemy lines? Anthropologists study Hun burial customs, comparing them to neighboring tribes, in hopes of identifying the lost sepulchre. Yet for every answer gleaned, a dozen questions unfurl. Why was his widow spared public disgrace, allowed to depart with honor? What secret orders might Attila have given on that last night? Plans for further conquest, instructions for his sons, or directives for the empire's governance? If the Hunnic Confederation unraveled so swiftly after his passing, does that suggest an inherent weakness, or the deliberate hand of assassins bent on fragmentation? Tonight, as the wind sighs through the grasslands of modern-day Hungary, the final chapter of Attila's story remains unwritten. No monument bears his name. No ruin stands as testimony to his end. Instead, we are left with whispers in ancient texts, half-burned parchments, and the ever-present enigma that clings to his legacy. What killed the man who once rode fear itself? Was it chance, conspiracy, or something beyond the ken of mortal men? And where in that vast expanse of steppe does his body truly lie? Beneath a hidden mound, scattered by time, or perhaps still waiting to be discovered? The death of Attila the Hun remains one of history's coldest cases, and as we peer into the darkness of his final hour, we are reminded that some mysteries, no matter how fervently pursued, defy closure. As the echoes of Attila's final breath still linger in our minds, we turn now to a hidden chamber half a world away, a tomb steeped in crimson silence beneath the dense canopy of the Chiapas jungle. There, in the shadow of the great Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, Mexico, lies a sepulchre that whispers of royal power and unanswered questions, the tomb of the Red Queen. Step through the narrow passage carved into the temple's heart and feel the air grow cool and still. Flickering lamplight would dance upon the rough-hewn limestone walls, each block fitted with uncanny precision by hands long since turned to dust. At the far end, a stone slab bears a bas-relief of gods and serpents, their ancient gazes guiding us into an inner sanctum. Here, centuries of humidity and vine have given way to a vault sealed in AD 702, its silence unbroken until modern carpenters and archaeologists pried it open. In 1994, the renowned explorer Alberto Ruiz Luillier and his team made the discovery that would captivate the world. Beneath a layer of rubble, they found a small chamber painted a deep vermilion red. The walls, floor, even the skeleton's bones stained by powdered cinnabar. Adorned with a ceremonial mask of jade and shells, the woman within lay in dignified repose, her arms crossed over her chest as if still listening for distant drums. Who was she? The Maya inscriptions of Palenque name a Lady of Palenque, a queen consort perhaps to the mighty King Pakal, but her true identity remains debated. Mainstream scholars point to Ixtuts or Tzakbu Aja, a royal figure of unmistakable status. Carbon dating and iconographic analysis suggest she died around the same time as Pakal himself, yet no inscription in the tomb bears her name. Was her omission a calculated act of humility or a sign of deeper political intrigue? Some believe she was Pakal's second wife, sidelined in official records but honored in death by those closest to her. The tomb's red hue invites further wonder. Cinnabar, a mercury sulfide mineral, was prized not only for its vivid color, but for its symbolic association with life's essence, blood, vitality, and the transformative power of the soul. Yet mercury is toxic. Might those who prepared her burial have unknowingly endangered their own lives? Or was the ritual use of cinnabar an intentional invocation of sacred force, binding the queen's spirit to the cycle of rebirth? Speculative voices suggest an even more enigmatic purpose. Could the Red Chamber have served as an alchemical crucible, a place where earthly and divine met? The layout echoes other sacred Maya sites where color and sound intertwine. Some theorize that at dawn, shafts of light would strike the chamber's entrance, illuminating her jade mask in a single blinding beam. Did such a spectacle mark her passage to the other world, witnessed by priests and courtiers outside the temple? Then, there are whispers of hidden vaults yet to be found. Ground-penetrating radar has hinted at additional tunnels radiating from the tomb, their courses lost beneath centuries of sediment. Might a secondary chamber hold more artifacts? Textiles inscribed with glyphs, or perhaps the tomb's true occupant, a figure so revered that only the priests knew her name? If so, what treasures lie concealed, waiting for a future generation to unravel their secrets? Fringe theories have spun more outlandish threads. Some propose that the Queen's mask depicts astronomical knowledge beyond our comprehension, star maps encoded in jade, guiding departed souls through the Milky Way. Others, invoking pseudo-archaeological lore, hint at extraterrestrial emissaries glimpsed in the carvings, their elongated faces and disc-like symbols misinterpreted or willfully ignored by mainstream academia. Though tantalizing, such ideas remain unsubstantiated by the physical evidence. Returning to solid ground, we must consider the context of Palenque itself, a city of architectural marvels, its hieroglyphic panels recounting dynastic triumphs and failures. The Red Queen's tomb, buried beneath this towering monument, suggests her role was integral to the city's fate. Yet her name is absent, her voice reduced to a silent, vermilion echo. What forces dictated her anonymity? Political rivalry, dynastic collapse, or the Maya belief that names held power even beyond the grave? As researchers pore over every shard of pottery and fragment of bone, the questions multiply. Why was her coffin made of limestone instead of the more common stuccoed wood? Why did artisans place offerings of jade beads in her hands but leave other riches behind? What coded messages lie in the positioning of her jewelry, the arrangement of funerary vessels, the very geometry of the chamber itself? Today, the tomb of the Red Queen stands open to the curious eye but closed to definitive answers. Its crimson walls bear silent witness to ancient rites, to a ruler both honored and forgotten. Scholars continue to debate, testing hypotheses with ever-improving technology, DNA analysis, isotopic studies of her teeth, high-resolution scans of the surrounding structures. Yet for every layer of mystery peeled away, a new layer seems to appear. What drove the Maya to invest such care and color in a burial they chose not to inscribe? What stories lie dormant in the silent tomb, waiting only for the right key to awaken them? And perhaps most haunting of all, if this queen's legacy remains fragmented after more than 12 centuries, what other secrets still slumber beneath the ruins of Palenque, shrouded by time and the relentless advance of the jungle. As we step back into the fading light of this chamber, the air feels charged with possibilities. The Red Queen may rest in undisturbed peace, but her story is far from complete. And so, as the temple shadows lengthen, we are left to ponder. What else is hidden, just out of sight, in the red silence of history's most mysterious tomb? As the vermilion hush of the Red Queen's chamber fades from our thoughts, we journey now to a very different kind of vault. One not of blood-red stone, but of sun-bleached clay tablets, stacked in silent rows beneath the sands of ancient Nineveh. Here, in what was once the great palace of Assyria's last mighty ruler, Ashurbanipal, lies a repository of knowledge unmatched in the ancient world, a library that promised to preserve the wisdom of empires, yet still guards secrets we have yet to unlock. Picture the grand throne room of the Northwest Palace, its walls once blazing with vivid frescoes of hunting lions and vassal kings. Beyond its arches, a hidden annex opened into a domed hall where scribes bent over low benches, inscribing lines of cuneiform by oil lamp. Day after day, they copied myths and epics, astronomical observations and medical recipes, royal decrees and diplomatic letters, until thousands of tablets filled dozens of shelves, each one a fragment of human history. In the mid-19th century, British explorer Hormuzd Rassam unearthed this trove, hauling crates of brittle clay back to London. Scholars gasped to find the earliest known copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh, its hero's quest for immortality echoing in every age, and treatises on eclipses precise enough to predict lunar shadows. Yet even as translators painstakingly matched signs to phonetics, gaps began to appear. Some tablets were missing, others too damaged to read. How many stories vanished when desert winds or invading armies swept through Nineveh? What voices have we lost forever? Mainstream historians believe the library was destroyed around 612 BC, when Babylonians and Medes sacked the city. The palace burned, the tablets baked in the heat, fixing their impressions for millennia. Yet the logic of conquest raises questions. If the invaders sought to erase Assyria's power, why leave so many texts intact? Did they recognize the value of knowledge, or was destruction incomplete, a result of hasty pillage rather than deliberate erasure? Archaeologists have mapped the library's footprint, a rectangular chamber lined with benches, the shelves once set into niches in the walls. Ground-penetrating radar hints at subfloors beneath later renovations. Could they conceal additional archives, hidden during times of crisis? In one corridor, fragments of obsidian mirrors and alabaster jars suggest ritual use. Did the library double as a space for divination, where priests consulted celestial omens alongside royal annals? Speculative voices point to the absence of certain texts. References in extant tablets mention a Book of the Seven Sages and a Catalogue of Secrets, said to contain knowledge of alchemy and longevity. Yet no copy has surfaced. Were these works deliberately withheld, reserved for the king's eyes alone? Or did they never exist outside oral tradition, slipped beneath the threshold of history like whispered spells? Some researchers explore marginal notes, scribbled jottings at the edges of tablets that defy easy translation. In one fragment, a brief incantation invokes a star beyond the sky's edge, its meaning obscured by damaged lines. Does this hint at early astronomical theories lost to us, or the faint residue of esoteric rites blending science and sorcery? Could Ashurbanipal's court have harbored proto-scientists whose work was later buried by shifting dogmas? Fringe theories weave more extraordinary possibilities. A handful of writers suggest that the library held records of pre-flood civilizations, echoes of civilizations submerged by rising waters, chronicled in passages no longer extant. Others invoke extraterrestrial contact. Might the gods of Sumerian lore represent visitors from distant worlds, their technology concealed within cryptic cuneiform? Such ideas remain unverified, yet they persist in the margins of scholarship, reminding us how much we yearn for revelations that bridge myth and history. Returning to the solid ground of documented fact, we confront the practical challenges facing modern Assyriologists. Many tablets remain unexcavated or fragmented, bits of text scattered across museums from Istanbul to New York, cataloged but seldom studied. Language experts work to refine translations, but cuneiform's complexity means every new discovery can upend established interpretations. What if a single verse, tucked in a dusty vault, reshapes our understanding of Mesopotamian politics, or offers insights into ancient medical practices far ahead of their time? Digital initiatives now scan tablets in high resolution, creating virtual archives that scholars worldwide can examine. Yet even with advanced imaging, certain lines remain blurred by erosion. Layers of restoration plaster over fractured clay, obscuring traces of ink that might yet reveal a lost verse or an author's personal commentary. What else lurks beneath these repairs, waiting for a future generation to peel back artificial crusts and read what was once clear? Beyond the tablets themselves, the library raises broader questions about the nature of power and memory. Ashurbanipal, a king who championed literacy and scholarship, ensured that his library outlasted many rival kingdoms. But if knowledge is power, why did subsequent empires fail to expand upon his groundwork? Did shifting cultural priorities leave the library's methods and discoveries unheeded, their lessons buried by new tongues and faiths? Today, the ruins of Nineveh lie beneath modern Mosul's outskirts, a landscape scarred by centuries of conflict. In 2015, extremist forces destroyed priceless artifacts, yet cuneiform tablets survived beneath collapsed walls, a testament to clay's resilience. International teams now work to conserve and study these remnants, racing against time and turmoil. As they sift through the rubble, each recovered tablet feels like a lifeline to a vanished world, a chance to hear voices that spoke across 3 millennia. And yet, for every fragment lifted into the light, countless others slip further into obscurity. The Nameless Library of Ashurbanipal continues to challenge us, a monument to human curiosity and ambition, built to endure forever but subject to the same forces that erase all things. We stand at the threshold, peering into a chamber where time is written not in ink, but in the enduring shapes pressed into clay. What stories lie still unread among those silent tablets? What insights into early astronomy, law, or philosophy remain locked behind shattered edges? And perhaps most haunting of all, if the great library's contents were once meant to guide and enlighten, what warnings or wisdom might have been lost, leaving us unprepared for the trials of our own era? In the half-light of archaeology's lantern, the Nameless Library beckons us onward, reminding us that even the mightiest collections cannot capture every whisper of history. And as we close this chapter on Ashurbanipal's legacy, we are left with a final, unsettling question. How much of human knowledge has already slipped through our fingers, buried beneath sands we have yet to sift? As the clay tablets of Ashurbanipal's library slip back into their protective crates, our path leads us further upstream, to the vanished city that some scholars call humanity's first metropolis. Once cradled by the life-giving waters of the Euphrates, Eridu lay in the shadow of reed-lined canals and mud-brick temples, its story buried beneath millennia of alluvial soil. Today, only low mounds and scattered shards mark its place in southern Iraq's plain. Yet beneath the dust, Eridu's disappearance still stirs questions more profound than any monument lost to time. Imagine standing on the edge of an ancient marsh, the air heavy with the scent of reeds and salt. At dawn, pale light would have revealed the terraces of Eridu's sacred precinct, spiraling upward like a ziggurat's quiet prelude. pilgrims and priests moved through gates carved with depictions of the water god Enki, protector of wisdom, patron of crafts, and master of fresh springs. Here, in layers upon layers of sun-baked brick, lay evidence of human ambition stretching back to at least 5400 BC. Eridu's inhabitants built temple upon temple, each more elaborate than the last, as if daring the gods to demand tribute. Archaeological excavations in the 1940s, led by Sir Leonard Woolley, revealed 9 successive shrines at the heart of the city, each one meticulously dismantled and replaced. By tracing pottery styles and carbon samples, researchers established a timeline. Eridu thrived through the Ubaid period, bridged into the rise of Uruk, and endured well into the early dynastic age. Yet sometime after 2000 BC, its population dwindled. By the time Babylonian scribes mentioned Eridu among sacred sites, the city's stones had begun to settle into the marshland, its grandeur slipping from memory. Mainstream explanations point to environmental change. As the Euphrates shifted course and irrigation canals clogged with silt, salinity rose in the soil. Crops failed. Fish became scarce. Faced with famine and brackish water, villagers abandoned their homes, moving upriver to burgeoning centers like Ur and Uruk. Over centuries, reeds reclaimed the ruins. Floodwaters smoothed the contours of broken walls. Could the slow creep of ecological collapse alone account for the erasure of a city that once defined civilization's edge? Yet gaps in the record invite deeper wonder. Woolley's team found early temple foundations abruptly cut with no signs of gradual decline. Where are the middens of everyday life? The discarded pots, the shattered tools, the human remains that typically accumulate as a settlement decays. Instead, the heart of Eridu seems to have been emptied almost ceremonially, as though its people carried off memories and treasures, leaving only the stones behind. What might compel a community to dismantle its own sacred center? Local folklore echoes with whispers of a great deluge, an event older than the Epic of Gilgamesh itself. Tales speak of floodwaters breaching protective levees, swallowing streets and courtyards in a single night. Some researchers suggest this myth may recall a cataclysmic rise in sea level or a tsunami unleashed by seismic tremors in the Persian Gulf. Geological surveys have identified abrupt layers of marine sediment buried beneath Ubaid-era deposits. Could Eridu's final shrine have been submerged beneath a surge of salt water, sealing its fate in one swift blow? Speculative voices expand the mystery further. A handful of scholars propose that Eridu's temples served not only religious functions, but also reservoirs for ritual bathing, enclosed pools whose symbolic waters connected priests with the divine. If such a structure ruptured, unleashing a torrent into the city's core, might the ensuing flood have both physical and spiritual significance, interpreted as the god's abandonment of his earthly dwelling? Others venture into the realm of the uncanny. In scattered cuneiform fragments, scribes reference subterranean chambers where the hand of Enki still flows. Could hidden tunnels lie beneath Eridu's raised mounds, passages leading to spring-fed wells, or even to chambers whose contents have yet to be unearthed? If so, what relics of early Sumerian governance, sacred texts, or cultic implements might repose in darkness, awaiting discovery? Fringe theories, though unverified, hint at an even grander scale of loss. Some link Eridu's disappearance to legends of a pre-Sumerian civilization, an antediluvian city older and more sophisticated than any documented in Mesopotamia. In this view, Eridu sits atop deeper ruins, foundations laid by a people now known only through myth. While archaeology has yet to confirm such layers, the notion that Eridu's origins extend beyond the archaeological horizon persists among those captivated by Atlantis-like parallels. Returning to the field, modern techniques offer new hope. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have mapped anomalies within Eridu's central tells, pockets of undisturbed soil where intact walls could yet lie. Drone-mounted LiDAR instruments penetrate vegetation, revealing faint outlines of vanished street grids. Yet such technologies also underscore the scale of what remains hidden. Entire neighborhoods remain unexamined, their story only hinted at by a few scattered artifacts. Even as scholars refine radiocarbon dates and reconstruct ancient canal networks, the human dimension of Eridu's demise remains elusive. What did the priests of Enki proclaim as they watched their temples sink into the marsh? Did they raise their voices in lament or whisper prayers of renewal? If families carried heirlooms and sacred masks upriver, did any fragment of Eridu's cultural identity survive in the courts of later city-states? In the quiet of an Iraqi sunset, the mounds of Eridu stand like weary sentinels, their horizons unmarked by cranes or scaffolds. Local shepherds graze goats along the tell's slopes, unaware of the city's milestone anniversaries. And beneath the loam, Eridu's bones sleep on. Temple foundations, priests' tablets, and the faint echo of reed-thatched houses, all commingled with layers of silt and salt. We may never reconstruct every brick or recover every pot, yet the mystery of Eridu persists because it touches on something fundamental: the fragility of human endeavor in the face of environmental forces, political upheavals, and the countless decisions that shape a city's rise and fall. If Eridu, that cradle of kingship and ritual, could vanish so completely, what other wonders and warnings lie submerged beneath our feet? As we leave the marsh's edge and follow the course of history downstream, the disappearance of Eridu beckons us onward. What secrets remain locked in those sunken streets? And will the next wave of exploration, armed with fresh eyes and new tools, finally bring Eridu's lost chapters back into the light? As the windswept mounds of Eridu recede behind us, we journey from the silent marshes of ancient Mesopotamia to the rolling green hills of 12th century Suffolk. There, in the small village of Woolpit, beneath the long shadows cast by thatched roofs and timbered cottages, a different mystery took root, one that would blend folklore, faith, and the uncharted boundaries of human experience. Imagine standing at the edge of a wheat field at dawn, the air still crisp, dew clinging to each stem. In the distance, the morning mist parts to reveal two figures stepping hesitantly toward the village green. Their skin glows an otherworldly hue, a muted chlorophyll green, eyes wide with bewilderment. They arrive silent, dressed in unfamiliar garments of coarse cloth, clutching one another as though tethered by fear and wonder. Who were these children? And how did they come to wander from the darkness beyond the wolf pits for which Woolpit is named? Contemporary chroniclers, including Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, record that the siblings spoke an unknown tongue and refused all sustenance except for the leaves and beans that grew in nearby fields. Only after days of patient coaxing did they accept the sweetness of bread and roast meat. As their green pallor faded, their language remained a puzzle. Attempts to communicate yielded only gestures and fragmented words. Mainstream historians interpret this as evidence of severe malnutrition, survivors of famine whose bodies produced excess biliverdin, lending their skin a verdant cast. But does this medical explanation account for the children's insistence that they came from St. Martin's Land, a place of perpetual twilight? Local legends offer a contrasting portrait. Some villagers believed the children had emerged from a subterranean realm, an underworld threaded with crystal caverns and illuminated by phosphorescent fungi. In that subterranean twilight, time moved differently, and daylight was forbidden. Could such an absence of sun have triggered both the children's green hue and their fear of our world's bright realities? Or was this simply a fanciful attempt to make sense of the inexplicable? As the children acclimated to Woolpit, they revealed further oddities. The boy, weaker of the two, fell ill and died shortly after baptism, his final hours marked by whispered prayers and lamentations from the local priest. The girl, baptized as Agnes, learned English and spoke of a homeland where the rivers ran black and the fields glowed in moonlight. She described her parents as pale and somber, so unlike the faces of Woolpit's farmers' wives and merchants. Was she recounting a distant corner of Flanders or Germany, where strange dialects and superstitions thrived? Some scholars suggest the children were Flemish immigrants displaced by civil strife, their green skin a result of dietary deficiency. Yet that theory leaves unanswered why only these two should suffer such a fate amid countless others equally uprooted. Fringe interpreters have proposed more startling scenarios. Could the children have been lost heirs of a secretive local cult, hidden away in crypts beneath the old church and twisted by Gothic rites? Or emissaries from a hidden civilization, perhaps survivors of a Norman land expedition to unknown lands, their origin records erased by royal decree? Such ideas find little support in surviving documents, yet they linger in the margins of imaginations that hunger for tales of hidden kingdoms. Archaeological surveys of Woolpit yield only fragmentary clues. The rectangular pit that gave the village its name, once a wolf trap lined with sharpened stakes, the foundations of a medieval manor house where the children were housed, the parish records noting Agnes's marriage to a local yeoman years later. No hidden passages, no stashes of esoteric texts. Yet the very absence of concrete evidence invites us to ask, what slips through the cracks of recorded history? Consider the psychology of memory itself. When Agnes recounted her childhood in St. Martin's Land, was she describing a real place forged by the trauma of displacement, or weaving a narrative shaped by fear and wonder? Did the villagers reshape her words into a coherent myth, fitting them into familiar frameworks of fairyland and otherworldly abodes? Oral traditions, after all, are as much art as record, blurring fact and fable until the original image becomes a shifting prism. In the centuries since the Green Children appeared, their story has been retold and reimagined. Songs and plays, scholarly treatises, and children's books. Each retelling refracts the core mystery. Two pale, green-tinted children stepping into the light of Woolpit's morning. Yet the heart of the enigma endures. How could two human beings traverse the boundaries between worlds, whether geographical, nutritional, psychological, or perhaps something altogether different, and emerge at the edge of a medieval village? Today, Woolpit's churchyard bears no marker for these children, and the wolf pits have long since filled with earth. Modern visitors stroll beneath linden trees, unaware of the tale that lies beneath the stones. But in quiet moments, when the wind stirs the wheat and the sky turns a deep, unsettled gray, one might almost imagine a figure at the field's edge, skin tinted the color of new leaves, whispering a story that still demands to be heard. What truths remain buried in that whispered narrative? Were the Green Children refugees lost to time, strayed through a forest of fear and language barriers? Or did they come from a place that defies our categories, an echo of a world we no longer perceive? And perhaps most haunting, if two solitary children could slip through history's net so completely, how many other voices, hidden by circumstance or neglect, await rediscovery? As we leave Woolpit's fields and follow the paths of our unfolding chronicle, the mystery of the Green Children reminds us that history's shadows can take many forms. And in those shadows, the faintest flicker of color may point the way to stories we are only beginning to understand. As the memory of Woolpit's mist-shrouded fields fades behind us, we now tread the cobblestone streets of mid-19th century Baltimore, where gas lamps flicker against a damp autumn air. Imagine a narrow alley off South Broadway, its row houses leaning close, shutters clapping in the breeze. Here, at the end of a drizzly October night in 1849, a lone figure staggers into view. A gaunt man in threadbare black, his coat askew, eyes wild with confusion. This is Edgar Allan Poe, America's master of the macabre, arriving at a polling place that would mark the grim prologue to his untimely death. Historians agree that on the evening of October 3rd, Poe was found unconscious on the doorstep of Ryan's 4th Ward voting station near Lafferty's Tavern. Witnesses would recall his incoherent babbling, his clothes stained and soaked through, and his repeated whispered plea, "Lord, help my poor soul." He was carried to Washington College Hospital, where he drifted in and out of delirium for 4 harrowing days before succumbing on October 7th, 1849. Yet even these stark facts leave vast swaths of mystery in their shadow. Mainstream accounts cite Poe's lifelong struggles with alcohol as the most likely culprit. He was known to indulge heavily at gatherings, his brilliant mind leaching color into drink as readily as ink onto paper. Could a bout of acute alcoholism, perhaps in combination with a fever, have triggered his collapse? Some scholars point to the era's loose definitions of insanity and delirium tremens, suggesting that Poe's ravings were consistent with alcohol withdrawal, exacerbated by exposure to the elements. Yet, why would a man of Poe's literary intellect wander alone, at night, into a seedy district where cooping gangs prowled? Cooping, the practice of abducting unsuspecting victims, drugging them, and forcing them to vote repeatedly under different disguises, was rampant during Baltimore elections. Victims were often beaten into submission, their identities obscured by stolen clothing. Could Poe, unfamiliar with the city's underbelly, have fallen prey to such a scheme? The agitation and disorientation recorded by attending physician Dr. John Moran hint at possible trauma, broken bones, signs of violence, and a general state of exhaustion. Yet the hospital's records make no explicit mention of wounds, leaving this theory suspended between fact and supposition. Beyond alcohol and cooping, other medical explanations have surfaced over the decades. Some doctors propose that Poe contracted rabies, perhaps from a stray dog bite, leading to hydrophobia, delirium, and rapid deterioration. Supporters of this view point to Poe's aversion to water in later stories, as well as Dr. Moran's notes of Poe's sharp fear of fluids. Conversely, others suggest that Poe's death resulted from undiagnosed diabetes or heart disease, aggravated by malnutrition and stress. If so, his final days might have followed the pattern of ketoacidosis or heart failure, masked by the medical ignorance of the time. Then there are darker, more speculative possibilities. In letters and journal entries, Poe hinted at writing a novel that would reveal a national abhorrent secret, a project he never completed. Could powerful interests have silenced him to prevent disclosure? Fringe historians whisper of secret societies in Baltimore, their membership list unknown, willing to employ any means to protect their clandestine dealings. While no primary source corroborates such claims, the notion of a literary martyr felled by unseen hands resonates with the Gothic motifs he so often embraced. Another line of inquiry turns to the contents of Poe's final poem, The Bells of Baltimore, unpublished and lost after his death. Some contend that within its stanzas lay veiled references to clandestine meetings at Lafferty's Tavern, gatherings rumored to involve city officials and underworld figures. If Poe plagiarized or threatened to expose their activities, might he have been forcibly removed from circulation? The tantalizing absence of that poem, never located among his papers, adds fuel to these conjectures. Even the circumstances of his hospital treatment raise questions. Dr. Moran's published account of Poe's symptoms appeared several years after the fact and conflicted with the memoirs of Poe's friends. No autopsy was performed, and his body was interred hastily in Westminster Hall and burying ground. When friends later attempted to erect a monument, they found only a modest marker, prompting rumors that his true grave lay elsewhere, unmarked and unknown. Could his corpse have been swapped, lost to a mass burial pit, or otherwise removed to prevent posthumous scrutiny? In the 21st century, forensic analysis beckons as a potential key. Though Poe's remains have been disturbed over the decades, hair samples preserved in private collections might one day yield traces of toxins or disease markers. Advanced imaging of period clothing, if any fragments survive, could reveal patterns of violence or exposure to chemical agents. Yet the passage of time and the fragmentary chain of custody pose daunting obstacles. As autumn's chill settles over Baltimore once more, the worn headstone bearing Poe's name stands mute in gloom, its epitaph as enigmatic as the man himself. Scholars continue to debate, tracing every surviving letter, newspaper clipping, and hospital ledger for clues. Literary biographers weigh the symbolism of his final works against the stark reality of his demise. Historians scour election records for evidence of couping, while medical experts parse the ambiguous details of 19th-century diagnoses. What then truly claimed Edgar Allan Poe? Was he the casualty of his own tormented genius, consumed by drink and despair? Or did he fall victim to the violent machinations of political operatives, erased to protect secrets darker than any tale he ever penned? Could a rare disease, an act of self-preservation gone awry, or a final unseen blow have robbed the world of one of its greatest storytellers? We may never assemble a fully coherent narrative from the shards of testimony and rumor, yet in acknowledging the unknown, we honor Poe's enduring legacy, his uncanny ability to dwell in the liminal space between the known and the unknowable. And as the fog drifts across Baltimore's silent graveyard, we are left to ponder. In the faintest whisper of the wind, do we hear Poe's own voice urging us onward, deeper into the shadows of history's most chilling enigma? As the mist that once clung to Baltimore's gravestones fades from our minds, we now find ourselves in east-central China, where gentle river plains give way to the weathered cliffs of Zhejiang province. Here, nestled among rice paddies and quiet villages, lies an astonishing network of subterranean halls carved into stone, the Longyou Caves, whose very existence defies the written record and challenges our understanding of ancient ingenuity. Approach the entrance of Cave 1 at dawn, and you'll first notice the impossibly smooth walls, their surfaces lined with regular chisel marks that catch the pale light like waves on a dark sea. Each chamber spans more than 30 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and rises some 30 meters overhead, creating a vaulted space larger than many medieval cathedrals. The floor is flat as a tabletop, and the roof is supported by precisely hewn pillars, as if an unseen architect demanded perfection from the stone. How did workers mill these caverns with such uniformity more than 2 millennia ago? Local farmers stumbled upon the first cavern in 1992, draining a pool of stagnant water to reveal a yawning mouth in the earth. Soon, 5 more caverns emerged around the same quarry site, and subsequent surveys have since brought the total to 24 distinct chambers. Yet nowhere in the annals of the Qin dynasty or the Han court is there mention of laborers chiseling out these vast hollows. What authority ordered their construction, and why was every trace of their genesis erased from the scrolls? Mainstream archaeologists conjecture that the caves were part of an extensive sandstone quarry, a source of building materials for nearby imperial projects. Tool scars on the walls resemble those left by pickaxes and chisels, suggesting manual excavation. Radiocarbon dating of sediment layers hints at a time frame around 500 BC, placing the cave's creation in the late spring and autumn period. But if they supplied stone for palaces or city defenses, why is there no matching edifice bearing the same distinctive stonework? And why do all the chambers face slightly different orientations, rather than a line toward any known ancient capital? Built into the chambers are channels and troughs, subtle grooves etched into the base of some walls. When researchers poured water into these troughs, the liquid vanished into hidden drain pipes, indicating a sophisticated understanding of fluid dynamics. Could these conduits have been used to control floodwaters or to conduct ritual cleansings? Or were they mere byproducts of quarrying operations designed to keep the working floor dry? The precision with which these channels were carved suggests purpose beyond simple stone extraction. Speculative voices offer alternative interpretations. Some propose that the caves served as secret military depots, storing arms and grain in temperature-stable conditions. Others argue for a ritualistic function, subterranean sanctuaries where shamans communed with ancestral spirits, the echoing chambers amplifying their chants into something almost supernatural. In one cavern, the acoustics magnify a whispered phrase into a low, resonant hum, an effect some believe was intentionally engineered to inspire awe or even terror among initiates. The arrangement of pillars, each set in strict geometric alignment, invites comparisons with later imperial tombs, suggesting a continuous tradition of monumental masonry. Yet the absence of any funerary relics or human remains leaves these halls eerily empty. Were they ever used for worship or interment, or were they purpose-built as purely functional spaces? If the latter, what does that say about the scale of ancient bureaucratic planning, capable of mobilizing thousands of laborers in a project whose scope dwarfs the largest known Sumerian ziggurats? Fringe theories push the mystery even further. A handful of enthusiasts speculate that the Longyou Caves are the remnants of an advanced civilization predating the Chinese record, a lost kingdom swallowed by the earth or reshaped by tectonic upheaval. Some internet forums entertain the idea that the smoothness of the walls indicates the use of power tools, hinting at technology centuries ahead of its time. While no physical evidence supports such claims, the sheer improbability of manual construction on this scale continues to fuel such conjecture. Ground-penetrating radar surveys around the site have revealed anomalies, voids hidden by centuries of sediment, possible extensions of the existing chambers. Yet excavation risks collapse, and local authorities proceed with caution. What might lie beyond these sealed corridors? Additional halls, storerooms filled with relics, or perhaps the signatures of those who carved them? If new passages emerge, they could rewrite our understanding of regional history, supplying the missing link between these caves and the dynasties that followed. Material analysis of the carved stone shows no traces of metal alloys or tool residues beyond simple iron implements. Microscopic examination of the tool marks confirms a consistent hand, as though a single team worked systematically over decades. Who led this project, and under what decree? If imperial edict drove the work, why did subsequent rulers allow knowledge of the caves to vanish from administrative archives? Was it an intentional erasure, perhaps to conceal a failure or a regime change that rendered the site politically awkward? Beyond human agency, natural forces add another layer of enigma. The sandstone in this region is prone to fracture, yet the caves remain astonishingly intact after more than 2,000 years. Could subterranean water erosion have polished the walls after initial excavation, creating the uniform ripples we see today? Or did the builders anticipate geological processes, carving the chambers to resist time's decay? The interplay between nature and craft here is as profound as the mystery of the cave's origin. As the sun dips behind distant hills, the Longyou Caves take on an otherworldly glow, their stone surfaces lighting up in warm ochre tones. The silence within is palpable, broken only by the soft drip of groundwater and the faint whisper of wind through hidden shafts. Standing in these shadowed halls, one feels the weight of human endeavor, each chisel mark a testament to toil now obscured by the passage of centuries. What drove ancient hands to carve such vast emptiness, And for what purpose were these halls intended? Will future explorations uncover inscriptions or artifacts that shed light on this monumental enterprise? Or will the caves remain an enduring puzzle, their story etched in stone, but unreadable to all but the most fervent imaginations? As we emerge once more into the fading light, the Longyou Caves stand silent, guardians of a tale yet untold, and we are left to wonder what other marvels lie buried beneath the Earth's surface, waiting patiently for a chance to whisper their secrets into the light. As we step out of the cool silence of the Longyou Caves and into the open air, our journey takes us from stone-hewn vaults to the vast, sun-scorched expanse of Egypt's western desert. Here, beneath an unrelenting heat haze, lie the shifting sands where, according to ancient lore, Cambyses II's army vanished without a trace, an enigma that has haunted historians and adventurers for over 2 millennia. Imagine standing atop a wind-sculpted dune just beyond the oases of Siwa. The horizon ripples in gold and bronze, and every footstep threatens to sink into fine, impalpable grains. In the distance, the jagged silhouette of the Gilf Kabir Plateau marks the boundary between life and oblivion. It was here, in 525 BC, that the Persian king Cambyses, fresh from his conquest of Egypt, sent a force of some 50,000 men to secure his western frontier. A week later, they were never seen again. Herodotus tells us that the soldiers were swallowed by a great sandstorm, their tents and arms strewn like fallen sails. Mainstream scholars accept that extreme desert conditions, searing daytime heat, freezing nights, and the constant threat of sand encroachment could break even the hardiest of troops. Dehydration, disorientation, and the unforgiving topography of salt flats and rocky plateaus would have conspired to smother any sense of direction. Yet archaeological surveys have uncovered no mass grave, no rusted weapons, no bleached bones, nothing but an endless sea of dunes. Modern expeditions have sought traces of traces, shallow graves dotted with a single rusted arrowhead, fragments of pottery half buried by wind. Satellite imagery reveals faint lines where ancient caravan routes once ran between water wells. Geologists note that flash floods can transform dry wadis into raging torrents within hours, washing away any fragile evidence of human struggle. Could a sudden deluge have consumed Cambyses' men, sweeping them into subterranean channels and leaving only silent cairns across the desert floor? Other experts point to the disappearance of reliable water sources. The pharaonic canals that once fed wells may have fallen into disrepair after Alexander's conquest, leaving lifelines unmarked on maps. If the Persians followed outdated instructions, or if their guides mistranslated local place names, soldiers might have marched past oasis after oasis without knowing. How many died of thirst within sight of salvation, their cries lost in the shifting winds? Yet for every plausible theory, another question arises. Why did no neighboring tribes, who regularly traversed these routes, discover and report the remnants of so vast an army? Nomadic Bedouin, skilled in desert tracking, would surely have stumbled upon evidence of hundreds of campsites or hastily abandoned equipment. Their silence suggests either that nothing remained or that any remains were deliberately concealed. But by whom and for what purpose? Speculative voices take the mystery further. Some fringe historians propose that Cambyses' army never intended to cross the desert at all, but was lured into a trap by deceptive guides paid by rival factions in the Persian court. Others suggest that underground caverns, now collapsed, once formed a labyrinth beneath the sands, swallowing whole formations of soldiers like a maw of stone. Geophysical surveys have detected voids beneath certain dunes, yet excavations risk collapse, and so the question remains open. More esoteric interpretations invoke the supernatural. Local legends speak of jinn, desert spirits known to mislead travelers, to whom the army unwittingly offered sacrifice. Could the Persians have trespassed on sacred ground, awakening ancient guardians that cast them into eternal wandering? Such tales, though unverified by empirical evidence, remind us that humans have long sought to explain inexplicable loss through myth. Then there is the tantalizing suggestion of extraterrestrial involvement. A handful of researchers point to unusual rock formations, giant circular depressions in the desert floor, and speculate about ancient landing sites. They propose that Cambyses' soldiers encountered phenomena beyond their comprehension and were taken elsewhere, their disappearance recorded only in whispers of men lost to the sky. While no artifacts have borne out these claims, the very persistence of such ideas speaks to our deep fascination with the unknown. Returning to the bedrock of documented fact, we find that Cambyses himself never mentioned the disaster in his inscriptions. Egyptian temple records of the period make no note of a massive Persian detachment marching into oblivion. This absence raises its own puzzle. If an army of 50,000 vanished, would not the political or logistical repercussions be recorded by a meticulous bureaucracy? Or did later chroniclers, whether Greek, Egyptian, or Persian, choose to bury the incident, fearful of the blow it dealt to royal prestige? In the early 20th century, explorer Sir Henry Brain followed Herodotus's account, mapping every landmark described in the ancient text. His journals recount moments of eerie calm, winds dropping to leave a mirror-smooth surface, only to surge again with dust and shrapnel of stone. Brain's final entry, before equipment failure forced him to retreat, describes his own compass spinning wildly, as though influenced by hidden magnetic anomalies. Could the desert itself hold forces that skew navigation, leading men ever deeper from civilization? Today, the Western Desert remains both inhospitable and alluring. Satellite-guided teams probe beneath dunes with ground-penetrating radar. Archaeologists collaborate with local Bedouin to share insights into ancient trails, and digital reconstructions attempt to model the army's likely route based on supply lines and terrain. Yet, despite these advances, no definitive trace of Cambyses' lost legion has emerged. What then truly claimed the lives of those 50,000 men? Was it the unrelenting brutality of nature, heat, thirst, and the shifting sands, or a more complex interplay of human error, political intrigue, and hidden dangers? Could undiscovered tombs or artifacts lie buried beneath the dunes, awaiting the right moment and the right technology to bring them to light? And perhaps most haunting of all, if such a vast force can vanish so completely, what other human endeavors may lie buried in the world's remote corners, their stories swallowed by time? As the sun dips below the desert horizon, casting long shadows across endless ridges of sand, the lost army of Cambyses too endures as one of history's most chilling mysteries. We leave its silent battleground with more questions than answers, reminded that some secrets, like the desert itself, refuse to yield, no matter how determined our pursuit. As the shifting sands of Egypt's western desert give way to the cool corridors of the Valley of the Kings, we leave behind the ghosts of Cambyses' vanished legion and step into a dimly lit tomb where another enigma awaits. In the heart of KV-35, the burial place of Amenhotep II, a solitary figure lies in eternal torment, his features frozen in a silent scream that transcends time. Here, within walls etched by ancient artisans, the unknown man E reclines on a stone bench, wrapped in linen stained with resin, his mouth agape and his body contorted as if captured in the instant of death's final agony. Unearthed in 1881 by the excavations of Victor Loret, this mummy was initially catalogued among the cache of royal remains hidden to protect them from tomb robbers. Yet, unlike the stoic repose of kings and queens, Unknown Man E's visage is unsettling. His eyes, now sunken and hollow, once flicked open in fear or surprise. His hands grip the wrapping at his shoulders, as though seeking release from unseen bonds. The linen folds converge into deep creases around his throat, an anatomical snapshot that has defied medical consensus for more than a century. Mainstream Egyptologists have probed every available record for a name. Some propose he was a prince, perhaps Webensenu, son of Amenhotep II, whose early death in circa 1350 BC might explain his presence here. Others suggest he was an official or priest executed for treason during the reign of Amenhotep III, his body ceremonially desecrated before being concealed among royal mummies. Chemical analysis of his wrappings reveals high concentrations of natron and bitumen, consistent with elite embalming practices, yet no funerary inscriptions accompany him. If he once held noble status, why was his identity erased? Forensic examinations have added layers to the mystery. X-rays detect no obvious head trauma, and the position of his ribs suggests a sudden, violent collapse rather than a protracted illness. His teeth show little sign of decay, indicating a life of privilege and diet rich in protein. Some pathologists point to possible asphyxiation, perhaps smothering or strangulation, while others note the possibility of a severe allergic reaction or cardiac arrest. Yet, none of these explanations fully accounts for the dramatic expression carved into his features, nor for the absence of wounds that would settle any straightforward diagnosis. Theories that border on the speculative have flourished in the margins of scholarship. A few voices whisper of ritual sacrifice, an offering to quell omens that threatened the pharaoh's realm. Could Unknown Man E have been chosen to bear the sins of the court, his scream a metaphysical echo intended to appease gods? Others suggest political intrigue so potent that conspirators demanded his name be wiped from memory, consigning him to anonymity even in death. But without a papyrus record or inscribed Shabti figurine, such conjectures remain as shadowy as the tomb's hidden chambers. Even more extraordinary are the notions that play upon the supernatural. In 20th century journals, amateur researchers drew parallels between his expression and the distortions of modern horror art, proposing that the tomb itself, accursed by centuries of plunder, imprinted anguish onto his features. A handful of esoteric writers speak of a curse unleashed when the cache was opened, claiming that explorers and museum curators who handled the mummy experienced nightmares of being trapped in subterranean darkness. These tales, though unsubstantiated by contemporary accounts, underscore our enduring fascination with the boundary between the living and the dead. Today, Unknown Man E rests behind glass in museum vaults, shielded from casual view yet ever present in the collective imagination. High-resolution scans offer tantalizing hints of his soft tissue structure, while digital reconstructions attempt to reanimate his last expression in 3 dimensions. Yet every new technique seems only to deepen the riddle. Why did the embalmers preserve the agony of his final breath, rather than smoothing it into the serene calm customary for the elite? As we leave the cool hush of KV-35 and ascend toward the desert light, the silent scream of Unknown Man E lingers in memory. Who was this man, and what fate befell him in a world of dynastic splendor and brutal power struggles? Was his death the result of a private vendetta, a state-sanctioned punishment, or something beyond human reckoning? And perhaps most unsettling of all, if a man of high status could vanish so completely from history, his very identity erased, what other voices remain buried beneath the sands, their stories waiting to be heard? As the echo of that silent scream fades beneath the arid air of the Valley of the Kings, we now turn our gaze westward, to a dimly lit monastic scriptorium in 13th century Bohemia, where a single tome sits bound in aged vellum, its size as arresting as its legend. This is the Codex Gigas, known to many as the Devil's Bible, a colossal manuscript whose very presence commands both awe and unease. Imagine entering an austere chamber, its wooden shelves bowed under the weight of centuries. Lantern light dances across a massive codex nearly 3 feet tall and a foot thick, its pages yellowed with age. The book's covers bear tarnished iron clasps, heavy enough to require 2 hands just to open. Inside, every page is handwritten in a consistent, elegant script, each line of Latin inked within perfectly ruled margins. At the heart of this monumental work lies a full-page illustration of a horned figure, its ebony robe stretching across the parchment, eyes fixed on the reader with unsettling calm. How did a medieval monk, or perhaps many, produce such a feat of endurance and artistry? Mainstream historians trace the Codex Gigas to the Benedictine monastery of Podlajic, founded around 1218 in what is now the Czech Republic. Surviving notes within the text suggest it was compiled in the early 1220s, possibly by a single scribe. The book combines the entire Vulgate Bible with a collection of historical chronicles, medical treatises, magical formulas, and penitential texts, an encyclopedic repository of knowledge. Yet no other manuscript of the era approaches its scale or ambition. What drove its creator to devote years, perhaps decades, to this gargantuan endeavor? Legend holds that a monk named Herman the Recluse, facing punishment for a grave sin, vowed to create a book that glorified the monastery for 1,000 years, or face death by immurement. When days of labor yielded little progress, the story goes, he invoked Satan's aid, a pact made in midnight shadows, the devil lending his hand to complete the manuscript in a single night. The gilded portrait of the horned figure, placed conspicuously beside an image of the heavenly city, became a testament to that fabled bargain. Yet while no contemporary record corroborates Herman's existence, the tale persists, an enduring reminder of how myth seeks to fill the voids left by historical silence. Modern scholarship approaches the Codex Gigas with both reverence and skepticism. Paleographic analysis confirms the uniformity of the handwriting, indicating a single scribe or a tightly coordinated team working under the same hand. Carbon dating of the vellum points to the early 13th century, consistent with monastic records. Chemical tests reveal inks derived from oak galls and iron sulfate, typical medieval ingredients, applied with quill pens at a remarkable pace. Yet even with these facts, questions remain. How many hours each day could a monk labor at such exacting detail without collapsing? Were assistants employed for the more mundane tasks of parchment preparation and ink mixing? The manuscript's contents further deepen its mystery. Beyond biblical text, it contains Isidore of Seville's encyclopedia, Josephus's Jewish antiquities, early medical recipes for treating wounds and fevers, and even charms against demons. A later chapter lists the names of monasteries ravaged by the Mongol invasions of 1241 to 1242, suggesting the Codex was updated decades after its initial compilation. Why, then, did its caretakers preserve the original pages so meticulously? And why has no definitive colophon, an author's inscription, ever been found? Some researchers point to the Codex's journey through Europe as evidence of its value. After the monastery's dissolution in 1593, the manuscript was seized by Emperor Rudolf II and transported to Prague. In the 30 Years' War, Swedish forces looted the imperial collection, carrying the Codex Gigas to Stockholm in 1648, where it remains in the National Library. Each relocation spared it from oblivion, yet no marginalia or ownership notes appear from these travels. Was the book viewed as too sacred, too cursed, or simply too unwieldy to annotate? Speculative theories venture beyond the confines of traditional history. A few propose that the Codex Gigas incorporates occult knowledge passed down from pre-Christian traditions, fragments of lost Gnostic texts, or even esoteric instructions for summoning spirits. The juxtaposition of sacred scripture with magical rituals has been interpreted as evidence of syncretism, perhaps reflecting tensions within monastic communities over the boundaries of faith and forbidden lore. Is the Devil's Bible truly a repository of heresy disguised within orthodox covers, or merely a comprehensive compendium reflecting the medieval mind's porous lines between theology and early science? Other fringe voices suggest that the Codex's unusual proportions hint at an origin outside the monastic world. Could its materials, vellum sourced from hundreds of animals, have been commissioned by a royal patron or secret order, using the monastery only as a finishing workshop? Such a hypothesis remains unsupported by surviving financial records, yet it underscores how much of the Codex's production history has been lost to time. Recent digital imaging projects offer new avenues for investigation. Multispectral scans have revealed faint sketches beneath the final illustrations, preliminary drawings that hint at the scribe's evolving vision. In some pages, erasures and overwritten lines betray corrections, suggesting an iterative process rather than a single, flawless execution. Could a future breakthrough identify the scribe's unique handwriting in other manuscripts, linking the Codex Gigas to a wider corpus of medieval work? Even the Devil's Portrait invites renewed scrutiny. Art historians debate its stylistic parallels to Romanesque illumination, noting similarities with demon figures in regional bestiaries. The figure's ambiguous gesture, one hand raised in blessing, the other clasping the Book of Life, raises questions about its intended message. Was it a warning to the faithful, a visual paradox reminding monks of the thin boundary between salvation and damnation? Or does it serve a more pragmatic purpose, marking a section of penitential prayers designed to ward off evil? Today, the Codex Gigas sits behind protective glass, accessible only by appointment. Its massive pages are seldom turned, yet its reputation draws scholars and curious visitors alike. In its presence, one feels the weight of untold hours, the hush of devout labor, and the persistent whisper of a legend that refuses to die. What thoughts passed through the mind of its creator as quill met parchment in those candlelit nights? What secrets remain hidden within its layered texts, waiting for the right eye to discern them? As we step away from the silent grandeur of this medieval masterpiece, the Devil's Bible remains poised between fact and fable, its true origins as elusive as the shadows cast by its iron clasps. And we are left to ask, what other lost episodes of history lie bound in silence on vellum pages, their stories yet waiting to be brought into the light? As the Devil's Bible closes its iron-clasped covers, we leave behind the hush of monastic silence and step into the rolling hills of 16th century Berkshire, where an elegant manor rises above mist-cloaked fields. Once the home of Sir John Robsart and his wife Amy, Cumnor Place now bears only vestiges of its former grandeur. A ruined hall, ivy-clad walls, and a moss-covered stairway where tragedy struck on the morning of September 8, 1560. Imagine crossing the dew-damp grass toward the eastern wing, where two narrow windows overarched a winding staircase. Through one pane, pale sunlight would have filtered into the corridor. Through the other, a final glance as Amy Robsart descended those very steps. According to contemporaries, her skirts caught on a banister, sending her tumbling down the stone stairs into a shadowed vestibule below. There, at the foot of the landing, she lay lifeless, her neck broken, her body still warm, her attendant too far above to hear a cry. Was this an accident, a desperate act, or something more sinister? Mainstream historians note that Amy's fall bore the hallmarks of a tragic accident. She had reportedly been suffering from bouts of illness and melancholy, and her attendant servants were occupied elsewhere that morning. The coroner's inquest convened promptly, concluding that she had died per fall from the top of the stairs. No evidence of foul play, No bruises beyond what one might expect, no witnesses to a struggle, led the jury to accept accidental death. Yet the rapidity with which news of her passing spread through Elizabethan London suggests that not everyone believed the verdict. Rumors swirled around her husband, Robert Dudley, a favorite of Queen Elizabeth I. Their marriage had been strained by his frequent absences at court, where he vied for royal favor. Could Amy's demise have been orchestrated to free Dudley from marital bonds and clear his path to a more advantageous union, perhaps even with the Queen herself? Correspondence from ambassadors in 1560 hints at whispered gossip. Lady Robsart did fall by mischance, or so they say, yet who can be sure? But no direct accusation found its way into state papers. Some scholars point to the political climate of the time. Dudley's proximity to the throne made him a target for rival factions. If he stood to gain from Amy's death, so too did those who wished to see him disgraced. Could enemies of the Dudley circle have engineered the accident to frame him, ensuring that the Queen would never consider him as consort? In a court rife with intrigue, the line between ally and adversary was perilously thin. Other voices emphasize Amy's health and state of mind. Chroniclers record that she had suffered from chronic headaches and fainting spells, ailments consistent with meningitis or a brain tumor. Could a sudden seizure have caused her to lose her balance on the staircase? If so, her death would arrive as a cruel coda to unspoken suffering. But if illness alone claimed her life, why did no physician's notes or household letters survive to corroborate such a condition? Speculative theories offer still darker possibilities. A handful of conspiracy-minded writers propose that Amy was drugged, her chalice laced with a slow-acting toxin that left her disoriented and led to her fatal fall. Talc traces found in a letter describing her Last Supper have been cited as suggestive, though no forensic test from the era could detect poison. If true, a clandestine assassin might have moved silently through Cumnor's corridors, leaving no trace but a death that appeared accidental. More exotic theories hint at premonition and curse. In local legend, Cumnor Place was said to rest upon ancient burial grounds, its oak beams rumored to have been salvaged from a desecrated abbey. Could the restless spirits of the past have marked Amy for doom? Folklore collected in the 17th century speaks of servants hearing footsteps on the stairs at night and of ghostly laments echoing through the hall. While such accounts emerged long after her death, they underscore how tragedy can seed generations of haunting stories. Efforts to uncover physical evidence have yielded only fragments. Archaeological digs in the 19th century unearthed portions of the Stone Acre battlements and some carved masonry, but the stairway itself had collapsed. Written records, household accounts, letters, and the coroner's inquest provide tantalizing but incomplete details. A silken scarf found at the scene, a bruise on Amy's temple, a maid's tear-stained testimony recalling footsteps, and a muffled thud. Each clue teases a possible narrative without confirming any single one. Robert Dudley, summoned to account for his wife's death, swore an oath on the Queen's behalf that he bore no guilt. Elizabeth's private reactions, however, remain hidden in her personal papers. Did she dismiss Amy's death as sorrowful mischance, or did it cast a shadow over her feelings for Dudley? Some historians suggest that Amy's demise may have hindered his ambitions rather than advanced them, her memory serving as a constant reproach in the Queen's council. If Dudley indeed mourned sincerely, might the fear of scandal have driven him to suppress deeper inquiries? In recent decades, literary scholars have revisited the case through the lens of Shakespearean drama. Echoes of Amy's fall appear in plays of mistaken death, in heroines trapped between love and political expediency. While artistic interpretations cannot replace historical fact, they remind us how her story resonated in the collective imagination, how a single, unexplained death can inspire narrative after narrative, each layering new meaning onto the original event. As the sun sets over the overgrown remnants of Cumnor Place, the wind stirs the broken columns and sends a chill through the empty windowsills. Amy Robsart's fate remains suspended between accident and conspiracy, between a life cut short by unseen forces or unseen weaknesses. In the absence of definitive answers, what endures is her image, a young woman who vanished from the staircase into legend. What truly happened on that autumn morning in 1560? Was Amy Robsart the victim of her own frailty, a pawn in courtly ambition, or the target of a nameless agent bent on disrupting royal favor? And if the stones of Cumnor could speak, what whispers of guilt or innocence might they reveal? The mystery of her death persists, inviting us to question how the interplay of personal tragedy and political maneuvering can leave a wound that time cannot fully heal. As the ivy-clad ruins of Cumnor Place fade into memory, we now turn our gaze westward, across rolling plains and whispering pines, to a solitary tavern nestled beside the Red River in Tennessee. Known then as Grinder's Stand, this humble way station would become the scene of one of early America's most enduring enigmas, the mysterious death of Meriwether Lewis. Picture the dusty trail at dusk in October 1809, the sky awash of crimson and gold, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. At the edge of the stand's rough-hewn porch, a horse's flanks glistened with sweat as its rider dismounted, boots echoing on the weathered boards. Meriwether Lewis, explorer, statesman, and erstwhile governor of the Louisiana Territory, entered the dim interior, his face drawn and his gaze distant. Inside, lantern light danced across a lone table scattered with papers, official dispatches, personal journals, and perhaps notes on his next expedition northward. That night, Lewis retreated to a small chamber under the eaves. At first light on October 12th, an attendant discovered him on the floor, grievously wounded by 2 pistol shots, one to the head, another to the abdomen. Lewis was conveyed across the road to the riverbank, but he died before medical help could arrive. His scalp was almost severed. His hands bore no signs of struggle. The attending physician deemed it a suicide, likely driven by bouts of depression and the heavy burden of his office. Yet even this clinical verdict has never silenced the questions. Mainstream historians acknowledge Lewis's troubled state in the months preceding his death. His journals reveal a man beset by melancholy and physical ailments, severe pains, recurrent fevers, and tremors that may have stemmed from mercury-based treatments common at the time. He had quarreled with subordinates and lobbied Washington for reimbursements and recognition. Could such personal and political pressures have driven him to take his own life in a moment of despair? The double wound, one through the mouth, another through the heart, has been cited as evidence of a determined act of self-destruction. Yet other voices urge caution. Why, critics ask, would Lewis load 2 pistols and position himself to fire one into his mouth, then stagger across the room to discharge the second into his chest? And why did no note appear? No final letter to his wife, no testament of farewell, despite Lewis's meticulous nature and habit of recording his thoughts? The refusal of the cabin's owner, Nathaniel Potter, to admit Lewis's party to breakfast that morning, citing a late arrival, further complicates the picture. Was Lewis left alone for hours, vulnerable to intruders, or was he given time to act unobserved? Speculation shifts naturally to the possibility of homicide. The frontier was awash in rivalries. Land speculators, fur traders, and political adversaries with motives aplenty. Some suggest that those who stood to gain from Lewis's vast land grants or intimate knowledge of territorial politics saw an opportunity to silence him. A rival merchant, bent on controlling trade along the river, might have slipped into Lewis's quarters during the night, staging the scene to look like suicide. The lack of a thorough investigation by local authorities, hampered by distance from federal oversight, has only fueled such conjecture. Into these mainstream theories weave more speculative threads. A few fringe historians propose that Lewis had uncovered evidence of corruption deep within President Jefferson's administration, or perhaps within the secretive circles of the Washington elite. Could his death have been orchestrated as a complete eradication of potentially explosive documents? Some accounts speak of missing journals, pages torn from Lewis's field books, never recovered after his body was moved from the riverbank. If so, what truths might they have contained about co-opted Native American alliances, covert land deals, or early resource surveys? Local lore adds another layer of mystery. In the years following Lewis's death, travelers reported hearing anguished cries near the old stand, especially on fog-laden nights. Some claim to see a lantern bobbing in the woods, as though its bearer sought help that never came. Whether these tales reflect collective grief or genuine lingering phenomena, they testify to the event's deep imprint on the region's psyche. Ghost stories, after all, often emerge where facts fail to suffice. Even forensic possibilities beckon. The Lewis remains themselves have been subject to exhumation rumors, proposals to examine bone fragments for gunpowder residues or trajectory evidence. Yet the grave, relocated amid family disputes and subsequent relocations, has grown uncertain. Without a confirmed skeleton, any modern ballistic analysis remains out of reach. Could a future genetic or isotopic study, if Lewis's remains could be definitively identified, reveal traces of toxins or physical stresses inconsistent with suicide? Biographers also explore Lewis's own writings, searching for coded messages in his prose. Did he foretell his demise through oblique references to the final river or the dark path ahead? Or does the emotional intensity of his last entries merely reflect the burdens of exploration, losses endured on the trail, sacrificial relationships left behind? The interplay of Lewis's personal narrative and the stark facts of his end underscores how memory and myth entwine in the absence of resolution. As we step away from the overgrown site of Grinder's Stand, now intersected by a modern highway, the river's current hurries on, indifferent to human tragedy. The place where Lewis fell bears no marker beyond a small plaque, itself subject to weathering and the steady encroachment of forest. No matter how diligently we probe, the circumstances of his death may forever defy certainty. What compelled Meriwether Lewis to strike those fatal blows, if indeed he struck them himself? Or did a concealed hand seal his fate beneath the eve of October 11th? Are his vanished journals hidden in an archive yet to be discovered, their pages brittle with age and revelation? And if the frontier claimed him as its latest casualties, what does that say about the cost of discovery and the enigmas that greet us at history's frontier? In the hush of twilight by the Red River, the question lingers. What truths remain submerged in the shadows of Grinder's Stand, awaiting a chance to flow once more into the light? As the last echoes of frontier whispers fade beside the Red River, we now travel back across centuries and continents to a quiet corner of the Roman Empire where an unassuming artifact continues to perplex archaeologists and historians alike. In a storeroom beneath the crumbling stones of a 4th-century villa, a small bronze object rests serenely on dust-coated shelving. A dodecahedron, its 12 flat faces punctuated by circular apertures of varying diameters, each meeting its neighbors at perfectly measured angles. Here, in the twilight of antiquity, lies a mystery that has survived wars, decay, and scholarly debate: the Roman dodecahedron. Imagine lifting this curious object into the lamplight. Its bronze surfaces are worn smooth by time, the edges rounded by centuries of handling, and yet each face still bears a faint inscription or decorative motif, tiny knobs at each vertex catching your fingertip. No contemporary Roman text explains its creation or use. Fewer than 100 examples have been found, scattered from northern Gaul to the Oder River, with a surprising cluster unearthed in the heart of Germania. Why did craftspeople across the empire fashion these 12-sided forms, each hollow and precisely cast, only to leave no written record of their purpose? Mainstream theories lean toward practical functions. Some scholars propose that the dodecahedrons served as measuring devices, perhaps for calibrating distances in surveying land or plotting the trajectory of siege engines by sighting through the apertures. Others suggest they were knitting aids used to form the fingers of gloves, the varying hole sizes guiding different yarn thicknesses. Experimental archaeologists have even reconstructed knitting samples, demonstrating that a flexible cord looped through successive faces could yield consistent glove patterns. Yet if these objects were common tools, why did their manufacture cease so abruptly by the early 5th century, and why are no depictions found in Roman mosaics or artisan manuals? Beyond these practical explanations, a deeper layer of intrigue emerges. In some villa fragments, dodecahedrons are discovered alongside jeweled rings, ritual chalices, and votive figurines. Could they have had a ceremonial role, perhaps in interpreting the motions of the heavens? The 12 faces might correspond to the months of a lunar calendar, the holes framing key constellations at different points in the year. Did augurs, those ancient priests who read the will of the gods in bird flight and cloud patterns, use these bronze forms to divine seasonal omens? When peering through a particular face at dawn, might an observer catch the rising of a specific star, then translate that glimpse into guidance for sowing fields or declaring war? Speculative voices wander further afield. A handful of researchers have proposed that the dodecahedrons embodied a symbolic geometry, each one crafted as a talisman of cosmic harmony. Plato wrote of the dodecahedron as the shape the gods used to map the constellations, a vessel for the soul's journey through celestial realms. Did late antique mystics repurpose this Platonic ideal, forging bronze icons that bridged philosophy, religion, and personal transformation? If so, the absence of literary references might reflect the secrecy of esoteric cults, whose members guarded such knowledge from the prying eyes of imperial censors. In regions of Roman Britain, several dodecahedrons have surfaced near the remains of rectangular temples. Local folklore recalls that, until the Middle Ages, villagers believed these heavenly dice foretold famine or plague, depending on the pattern of sunlit shadows cast through their faces at midsummer's sun. Were these survival myths born of ancestral memory, echoes of a time when the dodecahedron's geometry truly guided agricultural rituals? Or are they the product of later imagination, a way to stitch meaning onto objects whose original context vanished with the Roman legions? Material analysis adds new data, yet deepens the enigma. Metallurgical studies reveal variations in bronze alloy composition, from copper-rich blends in northern finds to tin-heavy mixtures near Italy, suggesting that dodecahedrons were produced in multiple workshops rather than a single imperial manufactory. Could local blacksmiths, responding to regional tastes or specific commissions, have imbued each piece with unique characteristics relevant to its intended use? If so, might subtle differences in weight or patina indicate variant functions, some for surveying, others for ritual, still others for decorative display? Intriguingly, no dodecahedron has ever been found in a clear burial context. Unlike coins or personal jewelry, these objects do not accompany human remains in tombs, nor do they appear in hoards alongside everyday tools. Their deliberate placement in the spaces where people lived and worked hints at a role woven into daily life, significant enough to preserve, yet too precious or too perplexing to be cast aside. What personal value did these forms hold for their owners, that they survived storms and invasions only to be hidden consciously when danger loomed? Fringe theories reach beyond the realm of archaeology into the domain of speculative science. A small but vocal community posits that dodecahedrons were part of an early compendium of mechanical knowledge, primitive proto-gyroscopes used to stabilize war machines or measure the Earth's subtle rotations. They point to the object's symmetrical mass distribution, which, when spun on a central axis, could reveal deviations in horizontal planes. While no Roman author describes such technology, the concept would anticipate much later inventions by centuries, a tantalizing hint of suppressed ingenuity. Recent advances in 3D scanning and virtual reality allow researchers to model light paths and airflow through the dodecahedron's faces. These simulations reveal complex patterns of illumination and draft, suggesting that the objects could modulate interior lighting, perhaps in darkened chambers for ritual or in the holds of ships to measure wind direction. If a hollow dodecahedron, suspended by a cord, shifted subtly in a cross breeze, a navigator might interpret its movement as a guide to adjust sails. Yet the experimental results are inconclusive, pointing only to the device's versatility rather than a single definitive function. Even the dodecahedron's disappearance by the late Roman period prompts questions. As the empire fragmented under the weight of external pressures and internal decline, why did this intriguing form vanish entirely? If it once held practical value, would later cultures not have repurposed it? If it bore sacred meaning, would Christian authorities not have banned it as pagan iconography? The silence of the medieval record on this object's continued use or suppression leaves a void where history should speak most clearly. Today, the scattered collection of Roman dodecahedrons rests in museum vitrines, each one a silent testament to an unknown purpose. We can turn them in our palms, trace the arcs of their holes, feel the cool density of metal shaped by hands long gone. And yet, their story remains tantalizingly incomplete, as if suspended between the practical and the mystical, the everyday and the extraordinary. What then were the Roman dodecahedrons meant to be? Tools for craftsmen or keys to cosmic insight? Devices for calculating or symbols for initiates? And if a deliberate silence enveloped their true meaning, woven into the interstices of history, will we ever piece together the full tapestry of their significance? The bronze faces remain poised, like the 12 months of a lost calendar, each aperture a window into a past we continue to seek, and a mystery that still awaits its answer. As the last silhouettes of the Roman dodecahedrons recede from our minds, we now turn our gaze to the vast, unending plains of the Middle Eastern desert, where at first glance the sand appears featureless, an ocean of ochre ripples under the relentless sun. But from above, the landscape reveals an astonishing pattern, sweeping lines of low stone walls, radiating like spokes of a wheel, converging on circular enclosures. These formations, known to archaeologists as desert kites, stretch for miles, their geometry both elegant and enigmatic, carved into the earth by hands now vanished into history. Approach one of these kites on foot, and the scale becomes evident. Two parallel walls, sometimes extending more than a kilometer apart, slope gently inward before meeting at a funnel-shaped neck, beyond which lies a tightly bound corral. From the ground, the stones rise knee-high, scarcely noticeable against the dunes. Yet when viewed in drone footage or satellite imagery, the layout is unmistakable, a colossal trap, precise and purposeful, etched into the barren terrain. How and why did Bronze Age communities undertake such monumental projects in a region where every stone had to be gathered, every wall painstakingly built? Mainstream archaeologists generally agree that desert kites date from the late Neolithic into the Bronze Age, roughly between 4000 and 1000 BC. Radiocarbon analysis of charcoal found in adjacent camps suggests that hunter-gatherer groups used these structures to drive herds of gazelle, onagers, or ibex toward their enclosures. The walls, low enough to allow passage of humans but high enough to guide animals, would have funneled prey into concentrated areas where hunters lay in wait. Ethnographic parallels from more recent desert tribes confirm that mass hunts were not only efficient, but often ritualized, marking communal feasts and reinforcing social bonds. Could these kites represent an early form of collective hunting, a testament to coordinated labor and shared resources? Yet the scale and distribution of kites raise further questions. Some sites cluster in oases, where water sources would have attracted wildlife, but many stretch across ridgelines far from reliable springs. The choice of location may reflect migratory paths, but why build traps in harsher terrain? And why do some kites feature multiple corral chambers, segmented by secondary walls? Were they sorting animals by age or gender, or staging successive rounds of the hunt? The labor investment, moving countless rocks across rocky plateaus, suggests a social organization capable of mobilizing large groups, but the absence of permanent settlements nearby indicates that kite-building parties moved seasonally, leaving few traces of their encampments. As we trace the lines of a well-preserved kite in southern Jordan, the sun climbs higher, casting long shadows that accentuate the subtle contours of the stones. Along the inner walls, occasional boulders are set at intervals, perhaps markers for hunters to stake nets or platforms. Surrounding cairns and stone circles dot the landscape, hinting at ancillary activities. Lookouts, temporary shelters, or even ritual sites where prayers were offered for a successful hunt. Could the desert kite have served not only as a practical trap, but also as a focal point for spiritual ceremonies, where offerings to animal spirits ensured bounty and protection? Geophysical surveys around some kites have uncovered hearths and stone-lined pits containing animal bones. Analysis of butchery marks reveals standardized slaughter techniques, indicating skilled butchers processed dozens, if not hundreds, of animals in single events. Yet few traces of bone fragments survive beyond these pits, suggesting that meat and hides were swiftly removed, carried back to distant camps, or traded along emerging caravan routes. Does this imply that kite hunts formed the backbone of regional economies, supplying surplus goods to nascent urban centers? Or were they occasional ritual feasts, grand spectacles preserved in oral tradition but leaving little permanent record? Moving northeast into the Syrian desert, we encounter kites arranged in concentric arcs, each leading to a central catchment area flanked by subsidiary traps. The repetition and variation of designs suggest local communities adapted the basic kite concept to their specific environments and prey behaviors. But why did the technology disappear entirely by the Iron Age? If kites were so effective, why did later agricultural or pastoral societies abandon them in favor of more localized hunting methods? Did climatic changes render these sweeping traps obsolete? Or did social transformations, sedentism, the rise of fortified towns, undermine the communal labor needed for their construction? Speculative theories press deeper into the unknown. A few fringe archaeologists propose that desert kites were not solely for hunting but also functioned as early livestock corrals, used to domesticate wild species before full pastoralism took hold. In this view, the kites represent a transitional phase between hunting and herding, where humans began experimenting with animal management on a grand scale. Yet the lack of corrals designed for long-term holding, no evidence of shelter structures or fodder pits, challenges this interpretation, leaving the question open. Were kites a bridge to pastoralism or a unique hunting adaptation never repeated? Intriguing voices in remote sensing research have identified potential subsurface extensions of kites, lines of buried stones or depressions invisible at ground level but detectable via LiDAR and magnetometry. Could these hidden features point to an even more expansive network, linking kites across vast distances as part of a coordinated hunting landscape? If so, Bronze Age communities may have shared architectural plans, exchanged knowledge, and established symbolic boundaries marked by kite alignments. Such a landscape would blur the line between practical hunting and territorial claims, raising the possibility that kites also demarcated seasonal rights to grazing lands or water sources, weaving ecological management into the tapestry of social relations. More esoteric notions touch upon astronomical alignments. Some kites align roughly with solstitial sunrise or sunset points, prompting suggestions that they served dual purposes: animal traps by day, ritual calendars by night. Imagine hunters gathering at dusk, marking the winter solstice as arrows of moonlight streamed through the funnel walls, an occasion to celebrate cycles of life and death. Yet systematic surveys have found such alignments inconsistent, perhaps more coincidental than intentional. Nevertheless, the human impulse to read meaning into stone circles and alignments is universal. Could a few kites have been built with celestial symbolism in mind, blending survival with cosmic observation? In parts of the Iraqi desert, researchers have cataloged kites alongside enigmatic wheels, circular formations with radiating spokes. The co-occurrence suggests that kite builders experimented with a repertoire of geometric structures, some for enclosure, others for gathering or signaling. Were these wheels community gathering spots, acoustic markers for long-distance communication, or perhaps markers for subterranean water sources known only to desert experts? The interplay of kites and wheels underscores a sophisticated stone language map etched into the desert, its grammar and syntax lost but hinting at a complex cultural landscape. As drones hover above the landscape, casting shifting shadows over the low walls, it becomes clear that desert kites are as much palimpsests of human ambition as they are practical traps. Each line of stone speaks of collaboration and coordination. Each corral testifies to humanity's ancient struggle to harness the natural world. Yet, as the desert reclaims its own, shifting sands fill the walls, stones tumble in sporadic tremors, these relics edge closer to obscurity. How many kites lie buried under wind-blown dunes, their presence detectable only by the most sensitive instruments? Even as modern highway projects and urban expansion threaten some sites, digital archives and open-source mapping projects strive to record every known kite. Local Bedouin guides, whose families have traversed these deserts for generations, point out faint traces they call the old hunter's walls. Their names for these structures passed down in whispered legends. Are those oral traditions fragments of Bronze Age memory, or simply later attributions meant to explain curious stones? In either case, they preserve a kernel of wonder that aligns with the archaeological puzzle. Today, the desert kites stand silent under an indifferent sky, their walls a quiet chorus of lines awaiting interpretation. No single theory captures all their complexity. Each explanation opens new avenues of inquiry, even as it closes others. Were khaki ruins of hunting glory, communal ritual stages, early agricultural experiments, or markers of celestial time? Perhaps they were all these things at once, their multifaceted roles shaped by shifting needs and beliefs over centuries. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting the kites into deep shadow, one senses that these ancient structures are neither relics to be neatly categorized nor puzzles to be solved with a single stroke. Instead, they beckon us to accept the coexistence of function and mystery, to recognize that human ingenuity often leaves traces both practical and poetic. And so, as we depart the desert and watch the wind-swept stones fade into dusk, we are left to ponder. What other secrets lie buried beneath the shifting sands, waiting for the right eye, the right question, to bring them once again into the light? As the last stones of the desert kites slip beneath the gathering twilight, we now journey westward across the arid sands of Egypt to Saqqara, an ancient necropolis cradled by the shifting edge of the western desert. There, Beneath layers of wind-sculpted debris and the shadow of Djoser's Step Pyramid lies a subterranean gallery whose colossal contents defy all expectation, the Serapeum and its giant sarcophagi. Descend the narrow shaft carved into the limestone plateau and feel the air cool and still. Torchlight would once have danced upon rough-hewn walls, revealing steps worn smooth by centuries of sacred passage. At the terminus of the corridor, a vast chamber yawns open, its vaulted ceiling supported by pillars that echo with every footfall. Against the far wall, aligned in solemn rows, rest massive basalt and red granite coffers, each measuring up to 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. Their lids alone weigh upwards of 20 tons. The boxes themselves, hauled from Aswan, nearly 600 kilometers to the north, tip the scales at more than 70 tons. What ritual demanded such monumental effort? Mainstream Egyptologists identify the Serapeum as the burial place of the Apis bulls, sacred incarnations of the god Ptah, worshipped throughout Memphis. Beginning in the reign of Ramesses II, reigned 1279 to 1213 BC, priests interred each deified animal in its own sarcophagus, sealing its mummified remains within. Excavations by Auguste Mariette in 1850 to 1851 uncovered more than a dozen of these gigantic coffers, accompanied by votive stelae, bronze statuettes, and hieroglyphic inscriptions praising the bull's divine lineage. Carbon dating and stylistic analyses confirm burials spanning the 19th through 30th dynasties, more than 1,000 years of continuous ritual use. Yet even with these certainties, the Serapeum's many puzzles remain. How were these gargantuan blocks transported? Scholars point to Nile barges, specially reinforced sledges, and ramps lubricated with water or oil, but no contemporaneous records detail the engineering feats. In the twisting corridors leading into the heart of the complex, chisel marks remain visible on the bedrock, hinting at the toil of work crews under torchlight. But if the Egyptians could move such prodigious weights, why do no reliefs or papyrus accounts celebrate these triumphs of logistics? Beyond logistics lies another enigma. Some sarcophagi within the Serapeum were found empty. In a few cases, the mummified bulls had been removed, presumably relocated to later tombs or lost to grave robbers, yet their boxes remained undisturbed. Why leave the vessel behind? Could it be that the coffins themselves carried symbolic power beyond their function, meriting preservation even after their original occupants were gone? Or might some of these empty chambers conceal secondary burials, perhaps of high priests or unwritten rites now forever erased? In certain sarcophagi, inscriptions bear the names of pharaohs who dedicated them, yet others lack any royal cartouche. These anonymous coffers stand mute, their creators unknown. Were they earlier prototypes, experimental in scale and design? Or might they predate the Apis cult, co-opted by Ramesses II to lend ancestral weight to his divine bulls? The absence of explicit dating invites us to consider that the Serapeum's origins may extend deeper into Egypt's past than currently documented. Speculative threads weave through the Serapeum's silent corridors. A few fringe researchers propose that the giant sarcophagi were not solely funerary but also crypts for powerful human initiates, priests or kings who sought apotheosis alongside the sacred bulls. In this view, the empty coffins represent hidden tombs yet to be discovered, their contents deliberately concealed by subsequent priests to protect esoteric knowledge. Yet no mummified human remains have surfaced, and the walls bear no depictions of human interment. If such high-status burials exist, they remain hidden behind millennia of ritual secrecy. More exotic theories hint at otherworldly visitors. The sheer scale of the granite blocks, some quarried from the first cataract of the Nile, and the precision of their joints suggest capabilities that seem to exceed the limits of ancient technology. Could the Serapeum be a relic of a lost tradition of stone moving shared across disparate cultures, perhaps even passed down by an unknown masterclass of artisans? Or does the absence of any comparable structure in contemporaneous sites simply reflect a now-vanished chapter of Egyptian architectural ambition? Within the chamber's hush, the ambient acoustics amplify every whisper. Torchlight illuminates the grain of the granite, its striations speaking of geological time far greater than any human dynasty. In these shadows, we sense the interplay of life and death, divinity and mortality, tradition and innovation. The bull's votive stelae, inscribed with prayers for rebirth and protection, line the lower walls, their texts invoking Ptah and Osiris in equal measure. Yet no text directs us to the how of the construction, leaving a gap between the ritual narratives and the physical reality of the tomb. Modern technology has begun to probe these voids. Ground-penetrating radar surveys hint at subsidiary chambers and filled-in corridors beyond Mariette's excavations, areas where sarcophagi may still lie buried under rubble. 3D scans of the remaining coffins reveal tool marks and microscopic abrasions that could map workshop signatures, perhaps even linking specific stones to quarries. But every high-resolution image also magnifies the unanswered questions. Why did the Serapeum's builders choose this subterranean layout, rather than constructing a more visible temple? Did the underworld symbolism of darkness and descent play a role in the bull's passage to the afterlife? Local Bedouin guides, whose families have guarded the site through generations of change, tell of nighttime lanterns seen flickering in the shafts, watchers seeking hidden tunnels or pilgrims paying silent homage. Archaeologists report footprints in the sand, too small for adult visitors, leading to bricked-up niches along the walls. Are these the relics of modern tomb raiders, or echoes of clandestine cultic rites performed long after the last Apis bull was interred? Beyond the Serapeum's central gallery, a maze of smaller passages branches off, their floors strewn with pottery shards and ostraca, potsherds bearing ostrich feather ink sketches of bulls, human figures, and indecipherable symbols. Did the priests rehearse their rituals here, marking steps in charcoal on the walls as they guided deities into their eternal resting places? Or are these the spontaneous creations of tomb workers, leaving playful graffiti amidst the solemnity of death? As the sun dips below the horizon and the desert's vast silence returns, the Serapeum remains an open book with missing pages. Its giant sarcophagi stand as monuments to a cult both profoundly rooted in the Egyptian belief in rebirth and, yet, in their construction and legacy, tantalizingly enigmatic. We know the who, the bulls, the pharaohs, the priests, but the how and the why of their tombs still escape us. What drove the builders to choose such immense scale for these coffins? What untold labor and coordination lay behind their transportation and installation? And for every sarcophagus emptied of its original occupant, what narrative was interrupted? What rite left incomplete? In the quiet of the Serapeum, we are reminded that some wonders exist not to be fully explained, but to invite us deeper into the labyrinth of human belief, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of the divine. As we ascend once more into the fading light, one question endures. What further secrets lie entombed in the shadows below Saqqara, waiting, like Ptah's sacred bulls, for their story to emerge from the sands of time? As the last torchlight fades in the vaulted corridors of the Serapeum, our journey carries us across the shifting dunes of Egypt's western desert, to a place where stone once concealed the echoes of life beneath the waves. Here, in Wadi al-Hitan, the Valley of the Whales, vast expanses of arid plain reveal an astonishing secret. The fossilized remains of creatures that swam where now no drop of water stirs. Approach the valley at first light, and the air is cool against the skin, tinged with the scent of limestone and sand. The ground underfoot crunches with fragments of ancient bone, vertebrae as large as millstones, jawbones bearing rows of teeth shaped for the sea. In gentle folds of the terrain, skeletons lie half-buried, their contours outlined by subtle changes in rock hue. At a distance, the landscape resembles a flotilla of beached vessels, their decks pitched at odd angles. What calamity stranded these leviathans tens of millions of years ago? Mainstream paleontologists date the Valley of the Whales to the Eocene epoch, roughly 40 million years ago. Eocene. At that time, this region was submerged beneath a shallow sea teeming with life. As tectonic forces lifted the land, the water receded, leaving behind the remains of early archaeocetes, primitive whales that retained hind limbs and pelvises, evidence of their terrestrial ancestry. Species such as Basilosaurus isis and Dorudon atrox populate the valley, their elongated bodies measuring up to 18 meters in length. Fossil beds also contain shark's teeth, sea turtle shells, and crustacean burrows, painting a vivid tableau of an ancient ecosystem. The concentration of fossils here is unparalleled. In some quarries, dozens of whale skeletons lie within a few hundred meters, suggesting a mass mortality event rather than random death. Researchers propose that sudden temperature shifts or toxic algal blooms could have overwhelmed marine life, causing shoals of whales to beach themselves in panic. Others point to geological upheaval, underwater landslides, or methane releases as possible triggers for rapid die-off. Yet the exact combination of forces remains uncertain, tantalizing us with fragments of an ecological catastrophe frozen in time. Geochemists analyze the sediment layers, identifying thin bands of volcanic ash that hint at distant eruptions. Could ashfall have poisoned the water, disrupting food chains and driving whales toward shallows? Or did large meteoritic impacts in a distant ocean ripple through currents, altering salinity and temperature here on the edge of the Tethys Sea? Each hypothesis finds support in isolated data points, but no single theory yet accounts for the valley's extraordinary fossil density. Beyond the scientific explanations, the Valley of the Whales bears traces of human wonder. In the early 20th century, local Bedouin discovered the first vertebra of Basilosaurus, mistaking it for the petrified remains of a giant snake. European expeditions followed, unearthing more complete specimens that now reside in museums from Cairo to Munich. Yet even as crates of bone were carried across continents, the vast majority of the valley's treasures remained in situ under an indifferent sky. Today, UNESCO has protected Wadi al-Hitan as a World Heritage Site, but the desert's remoteness keeps foot traffic light. In the dry season, heat haze shimmers above the skeletons, blurring their outlines into ghostly apparitions. Can you imagine walking among these colossal ribs, each arching overhead like the hull of a sunken ship? And if the sea was once here, where did it go? And what other forms of life did it leave behind, hidden beneath layers yet to be uncovered? Speculative voices deepen the mystery. A handful of writers suggest that the whale's mass stranding was ritualized by early humans, who carved symbols into the exposed bones under the light of a crescent moon. While no petroglyphs have been found, faint grooves on some fossils spark debate. Are these tool marks, or natural grooves etched by sediment movement? If ancient peoples did visit the valley, did they view it as a place of power, a shrine where sea spirits met the land's edge? Other fringe theories venture even further. In local folklore, the valley is called Birkat al-Rifud, Lake of the Policeman, after a mythical guardian who once ruled these waters. Some esoteric texts speak of pilgrimages here during New Year festivals, when ritual reenactments of whale beachings symbolized cycles of death and rebirth. Could echoes of such ceremonies survive in the stories passed down by desert dwellers, hinting at cultural practices now lost beneath the sands? A few researchers have examined microfossils, tiny foraminifera and diatoms, that suggest periodic pulses of fresh water into the ancient sea, perhaps from meltwater pulses at the end of an ice age. If freshwater influxes created brackish lagoons, did whales follow fish into these traps, becoming disoriented and stuck as salinity shifted? The interplay of oceanography and climate in the Eocene remains a frontier of inquiry, with each new core sample from beneath the valley's surface offering clues and more puzzles. In recent years, drone surveys and satellite mapping have revealed faint channels and platforms, rectangular stone arrangements that cannot be explained by geology alone. Could these be ancient surveying tools used by geologists or early cartographers mapping the fossil beds? Or are they simple remnants of modern research camps, abandoned by teams long since departed? The desert's ability to erase tracks within days means that every footprint, every piece of debris, becomes part of the valley's layered history. As you wander through the Valley of the Whales at sunset, the sky turning copper and violet, one senses the resonance of deep time. The bones underfoot bridge two realms: the primordial seas that birthed mammals, and the human quest to understand our planet's ancient rhythms. Each vertebra, each fragment of jawbone, is both evidence and enigma, a testament to life's resilience and fragility. What else lies hidden in the valley's silent sands? Fossilized flora, swamp forests, or mangroves that once fringed those Eocene shores might await discovery beyond the exposed quarries. Soft tissue impressions, long thought impossible to preserve, could emerge in protective nodules, revealing the whale's inner workings. And yet, for every specimen brought to light, the desert reclaims dozens more, burying them under wind and time. In the hush of evening, as stars wheel overhead in an endless arc, the Valley of the Whales invites us to contemplate our place in a world whose face has changed beyond recognition. What truths do these ancient bones harbor? Stories of climate upheaval, mass extinction, and the slow dance of continents. And if the valley's whispers reach us across 40 million years, what message do they carry for our own age of ecological uncertainty? As the night descends and the desert's cool breath stirs the sands, we leave the Valley of the Whales with a sense of awe, not only for the scale of life that once thrived here, but for the mysteries that remain entombed in stone. And so we ask, what secrets does the earth yet hold, waiting for patient eyes and curious hands to bring them once again into the light? As the bones of ancient whales fade beneath the desert twilight, our path leads us northward, along the fertile banks of the Tigris River, to the heart of Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, where a small clay jar has sparked questions about the ingenuity of civilizations long past. In a modest display case at the National Museum of Iraq, the so-called Baghdad Battery sits quietly among seals, cylinder fragments, and cuneiform tablets. At first glance, it appears unremarkable. A cylindrical terracotta pot, roughly 15 centimeters high, capped by a round copper cylinder and sealed with bitumen. Yet within its unassuming form lies a mystery that bridges archaeology, chemistry, and the tantalizing possibility of ancient electrical knowledge. Imagine standing before the jar in a dim gallery, the soft hum of air conditioning barely audible. A beam of natural light, filtered through slender windows, dances across the pot's weathered exterior. The copper cylinder, corroded to a green patina, hints at long-vanished alloys. The bitumen sealing it bears the glossy sheen of hardened resin. At the center, a slender iron rod, blackened and pitted, descends through the copper tube, stopping just short of touching the inner walls. Could this arrangement have generated an electric current nearly 2,000 years before the birth of Alessandro Volta? Mainstream scholars date the artifact to the Parthian period, around the 1st or 2nd century AD, unearthed in the village of Kuyut Rabua near Baghdad in the 1930s by German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig. Koenig himself proposed that if the jar were filled with an acidic liquid, vinegar, citrus juice, or fermented grape juice, the combination of copper, iron, and acid would produce a small voltage, perhaps a fraction of a volt. Such an electrochemical cell might have powered simple electroplating processes, coating small objects in precious metals to create durable decorative items. Experimental reconstructions in modern labs have demonstrated that a single cell produces anywhere from 0.5 to 1.1 volts, insufficient for lighting lamps, yet enough to deposit a thin layer of gold or silver onto soft copper surfaces. Yet the artifact's true purpose remains elusive. No contemporary texts describe electroplating techniques, and no scientific treatises of the era explain galvanic principles. Egyptian metalworkers left detailed papyri on bronze alloy recipes and lost wax casting, but the Parthians reveal no comparable manuals on electricity. If the Baghdad Battery was indeed a tool for plating, why is there so little archaeological evidence of its products? Few Parthian artifacts display telltale signs of galvanic coatings. Most extant metalwork relies on inlay, gilding, or leaf application, techniques well documented in the ancient world. Alternate explanations point to ritual or symbolic uses. In Mesopotamian religion, the union of opposites, fire and water, life and death, held cosmic significance. Could the battery have served as a ceremonial object, its mixed metals symbolizing the balance between earth and sky, its inner void representing the hidden energies of the universe? Bitumen, used to seal the unit, was also sacred in Sumerian and Babylonian lore, associated with the netherworld, used to embalm the deceased and protect temple foundations. Perhaps the jar was never intended to carry liquid at all, but rather to enshrine the union of copper and iron within a consecrated vessel. Speculative voices have ventured even further afield. A handful of fringe theorists suggest the Baghdad Battery represents evidence of lost technological knowledge, an electrical tradition passed down from a precursor civilization, wiped away by conquest and upheaval. They point to the level of copper craftsmanship in Parthian workshops, the precise drilling required to insert the iron rod, and the specialized bitumen seal, arguing that the cell's existence cannot be an accidental byproduct of unrelated practices. If an ancient school of electricians once roamed Mesopotamia, why did their understanding vanish almost entirely, leaving behind only a few enigmatic jars? Contextual clues from the excavation site add to the puzzle. The jars were discovered alongside clay wine jugs, cooking utensils, and small metal fittings, everyday objects suggesting domestic use. None were found near known ritual altars or workshops. Could local households have enjoyed a domestic form of electroplating, embellishing pottery rims or personal ornaments with metallic accents? If so, where are the decorated ceramics and jewelry? Absent the products, we are left to wonder whether the jars were misidentified in later agricultural layers. Perhaps older vessels repurposed by potters experimenting with new materials. Chemical analyses of residues within the copper tubes hint at traces of acid salts, chlorides, and acetates that might derive from fruit or vinegar. Yet these findings are complicated by centuries of exposure to changing soil chemistry and the presence of salts in irrigation runoff. Could the residue be contamination from burial conditions rather than remnants of intentional fillings? Similarly, microscopic studies of the iron rods reveal patterns of corrosion consistent with alternating wet-dry cycles. But such cycles could occur in a humid environment as readily as in a liter of acid. Meanwhile, the jar's sealing with bitumen suggests care in construction. Bitumen's waterproof properties would have protected the interior from soil moisture, preserving the cell's functionality, if indeed it was used as a battery. Bitumen was valuable and imported from distant sources. Its choice here implies significance beyond simple jar sealing. But might the bitumen serve a purely symbolic role, an apotropaic substance warding off decay rather than preserving electrochemical integrity? In the absence of written evidence, we turn to comparative archaeology. In ancient Roman contexts, lead-acid cells used in early telegraph experiments show that acid batteries were well understood by the 19th century. But there is no continuity in battery technology from Parthian times through the medieval period. Why did the knowledge disappear, if it ever existed in any practical sense? Could political turmoil, conquests by Sassanids, Arabs, Mongols, have disrupted artisan guilds and their secret techniques, leading to a rupture in technological transmission? Even the possibility of electrical experimentation raises questions of scale. A single Baghdad battery would generate only a tiny current, enough to plate a few square centimeters of metal. To produce larger decorative panels or ornate inlays, a workshop would require dozens of jars wired in series. Yet no remains of such battery banks have been identified. Are we missing an entire assemblage of jars, perhaps buried beneath silt in ancient riverbeds? Or did practitioners use the cells sparingly, for minor embellishments, leaving little trace of their activity? Recent high-resolution scans of the batteries reveal minute tool marks inside the copper tube, spiral grooves as if the tube were turned on a lathe. Lathe technology existed in Mesopotamia for wood and stone, but its application to metalworking at this precision suggests skillful craftsmen. Yet the lack of standardized dimensions across jars implies that workshops operated independently, each potter or smith creating unique specimens rather than mass-produced units. Does this diversity support the notion of experimental, localized use rather than widespread adoption? As we stand before the glass case, the Baghdad Battery seems to hold its secrets just beyond reach, its small frame belying the magnitude of questions it raises. What forces drove its creation? Curiosity, practical need, or spiritual symbolism? And if the Parthians stumbled upon the principles of galvanic action, why did this knowledge vanish, leaving 1,000 years of silence before the birth of modern electrical science? In the quiet hush of the museum, where dusty sunlight filters through barred windows and the weight of history hangs in the air, we are reminded that every artifact carries not only the imprint of its maker, but the echo of all who have studied it since. The clay jar, the copper tube, the iron rod, and the resin seal together compose a riddle that spans millennia. And thus, as we step away from the display and into the busy galleries beyond, one question lingers. Does the Baghdad Battery represent a fleeting spark of ancient electrical knowledge, or is it simply a coincidence of metals and methods that invites us to see more than what truly lay within? In the end, the answer remains as buried as the jars themselves, awaiting the patient gaze of future explorers willing to look beyond the obvious and into the subtle currents of history's untold currents. As the electricity of ancient Mesopotamia's clay cell gives way to the hush of northern China's highlands, we find ourselves standing at the shores of saline Lake Tosan, or Lake Baigong, nestled beneath the watchful gaze of the Kunlun Mountains in Qinghai Province. Here, among red sandstone rocks and windswept plains, lie formations as enigmatic as any in the desert. The Baigong Pipes. Approach the site at dawn, when the chill mountain air clings to your breath and the first light glances off rusty brown spines jutting from fractured rock. These are not natural veins of mineral. Dozens of hollow tubes, some tapering with drilled precision, others cracked wide by time, emerge from fissures in the stone and disappear beneath the earth in parallel lines. Ranging from a few centimeters to over 50 centimeters in diameter, they trace straight paths that converge on the lake, only to vanish beneath its still, brackish waters. What hand, or what force, could have placed these conduit-like forms here, at 3,300 meters above sea level? Mainstream geologists identify the Baigong Pipes as the byproducts of cemented sandstone concretions, mineral precipitates that hardened around organic cores and later eroded to reveal hollow channels. Under this view, iron-rich groundwater flowing through fissures in the rock precipitated layers of calcium carbonate and silica, forming tubes that closely resemble man-made pipes. Over millions of years, these natural pipes fractured and weathered, taking on the appearance of industrial artifacts. Yet skeptics note that many of the pipes are remarkably uniform in diameter and alignment, as if laid by intent rather than shaped by random subterranean flows. Could pure coincidence achieve such ordered geometry? The site's archaeological context deepens the intrigue. Within the same cliffs lie the remnants of cave-dwelling settlements dating to the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Chipped stone tools, pottery shards, and fragments of bone hint at human occupation as early as 5,000 years ago. Locals have long spoken of an ancient people, referred to in Tibetan oral tradition as the people of the White Mountain, whose metalworking skills were unparalleled in prehistory. Is it possible that these inhabitants harnessed naturally occurring pipes to channel water, or even to smelt ore, fashioning simple flues for primitive furnaces? If so, where are the slag heaps, the crucibles, or the forges that should accompany such activity? More provocative still are the pipes found submerged beneath the lake's surface. Fishermen report snagging solid tubes entangled with kelp, their interiors encrusted with mineral deposits distinct from the surrounding geology. In 2002, a small team of Chinese scientists retrieved several sections of pipe from the shoreline, noting on chemical analysis that the inner walls contained high concentrations of iron and silicon, elements consistent with both concrete and natural precipitates. Yet the smoothness of some inner surfaces and the presence of holes bored through certain segments suggest mechanical finishing. If these were indeed worked by tools, what implements did the people of the White Mountain use, and how did they shape tubes so large and straight without metal lathes or advanced machinery? Alternative explanations draw from local mythology. In Tibetan and Mongolian legend, Lake Baigong is a portal to an underworld realm, a liquid mirror reflecting the secrets of gods who once walked the earth. Stone carvings near the pipes depict horned figures and celestial animals, leading some to propose that ritual channels, like giant organs, once channeled sacred waters or incense smoke in ceremonial rites. Could the pipes have served as conduits for purification ceremonies, carrying mountain spring water into cavernous halls lost to memory? If so, might the holes in some tubes mark stages in a multi-chambered ritual sequence? Fringe theories venture into the realm of lost civilizations. A handful of researchers claim that the Baigong Pipes are remnants of ancient industrial complexes, precursors to the Bronze Age, abandoned during a climatic disaster that drove inhabitants to lower elevations. According to this view, large groups engineered channels to divert thermal springs, creating rudimentary heating systems in frigid altitudes. The absence of written records is attributed to the disappearance of this culture before the advent of writing in the region. Yet if advanced metalworker communities once thrived here, why do we find no traces of metal artifacts beyond occasional iron oxide stains? In contrast, some speculative scientists have considered extraterrestrial involvement not as an assertion of alien engineers, but as a hypothesis that meteoric iron may have seeded the region's geology, accelerating concretion processes and leading to exceptionally uniform tubes. The pipes, then, would be naturally occurring phenomena, amplified by rare combinations of spaceborne minerals and earthly hydrothermal activity. But this theory leaves unanswered why the pipes cluster in straight lines, funneling toward a common focal point rather than dispersing randomly as geofacts typically do. Modern fieldwork seeks to untangle these threads. Ground-penetrating radar has mapped hidden extensions of the pipe network beneath sand and soil, revealing bifurcating channels that mimic the branching patterns of engineered aqueducts. Submerged portions have been photographed by divers, revealing sections dug into living rock and sealed by mortared stones, a clear sign of human intervention. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal from nearby hearths places human activity between 2500 and 1000 BC, overlapping the widely recognized Gigas culture. If these Bronze Age peoples utilized the pipes, what was the purpose of harvesting water or air at such scale, and why have few contemporaneous sites shown similar engineering? Efforts to trace water samples from the lake back through the pipes have yielded tantalizing results. Isotopic ratios in the water inside certain tubes differ subtly from the bulk lake chemistry, suggesting circulation of fresh mountain spring water through hidden channels. Could these conduits still carry life-giving water to springs beneath the cliffs, sustaining secret springs even in the driest seasons? If so, the pipes would form parts of a sophisticated hydrological network, one that might have supported orchards, animal enclosures, or even ice houses long before recorded irrigation systems emerged in the Yellow River Valley. Local oral histories add another layer of mystery. Shepherds recall stories of hidden chambers behind the pipe-filled cliffs, accessible only through narrow tunnels that flood in the spring melt. These caves, they say, were once lined with red ochre and inscribed with symbols now worn away by dripping water. Could these abandoned sanctuaries have served as storage chambers for grain and gear, their environmental controls maintained by airflow through the pipes? Or were they initiatory chambers where young members of a secret society underwent rites of passage, the hollow tubes serving as conduits for chanting voices that amplified through the rock? As we stand at the edges of Lake Baigong, the sun dipping behind the Kunlun Massif, the pipes stretch into the glowing waters like skeletal fingers reaching toward the horizon. Their purpose remains a matter of debate. Natural phenomenon, Neolithic engineering, ritual conduits, or something else entirely. Each theory illuminates a fragment of the truth, yet none claims the whole picture. What drove ancient hands, or nature's own processes, to carve these conduits into stone? What stories lie embedded in the calcified surfaces and twisted alignments of the pipes? Tales of human ingenuity, spiritual practice, or geological wonder? And as future explorers probe deeper, using advanced imaging and precise sampling, what additional secrets will emerge from the rocks and waters of Lake Baigong? In the hush of twilight, with the mountains dark against the sky, the Baigong Pipes stand as silent witnesses to a past both remote and resonant. Their hollow corridors beckon us to listen, to the whispers of water, the echo of tools in ancient workshops, and the faint stirrings of myths yet to surface. And so the mystery remains. What hidden currents flow through these pipes, carrying memories of worlds we have yet to fully uncover? As the echo of wind through those rust-colored pipes fades from our minds, we journey now to the sweeping tundras of Canada's far north, where the frozen silence conceals one of the most perplexing vanishings in modern memory: the disappearance of the Inuit settlement of Anjikuni. Imagine standing on the edge of a gently sloping ridge at first light, snow-crusted willows quivering in the pale Arctic breeze. Before you lies a cluster of low-slung tents and sod houses arranged around a frozen lake, smoke curling from a solitary chimney. The ground is hard as stone, every footprint a fragile imprint on shifting ice. This was Anjikuni, a remote community near Great Slave Lake, home to the Caribou Inuit, hunters, fishers, and storytellers who had thrived here for generations in harmony with the land. Local records confirm that the settlement persisted through the long winters of trapping and the brief, bright summers of fishing. In October 1930, fur trapper Joe LaBelle arrived with supplies, expecting the customary welcome of steaming soups and hearty laughter. Instead, he found emptiness. Dogs, once resting by the doorways, lay starved and chained. Kayaks, nets, and sleds stood abandoned near the lake's edge. Food stores, meat, flour, pemmican lay untouched, the embers of hearth fires cold and long dead. Not a single inhabitant remained. Mainstream historians cast doubt on sensational accounts of the village's complete evacuation. The Canadian Northwest Mounted Police dispatched Sergeant James Ryan to investigate. He found no sign of struggle or mass departure, yet Inuit guides later told him that they had found footprints leading from the village into the woods, some returning, others fading into the snow. They also reported that personal belongings, children's toys, family heirlooms, were neatly arranged, as if the residents had stepped away for a moment and never returned. Why would an entire community vanish without trace? One practical theory points to a harsh winter epidemic, influenza or tuberculosis sweeping through the settlement, prompting survivors to flee toward larger trading posts. Yet this fails to explain why no bodies were ever recovered, nor why wells and hunting caches remained full. If illness forced a desperate flight, would not some have perished en route, leaving signs along known trails? Another explanation suggests that a sudden depletion of caribou herds, a critical food source, led families to scatter in search of game. Anjikuni's survival depended on precise migration patterns. A few bad seasons could devastate food stores. Could panic and famine have driven the Inuit to abandon their homes, only to perish in the wilderness? But census records from neighboring posts in subsequent months show no influx of destitute families seeking aid. Nor do trade ledgers indicate that Anjikuni hunters sold pelts elsewhere that year. Speculative voices have woven threads of intrigue. In the mid-20th century, some authors proposed that Anjikuni's residents were abducted by a secretive cult of gold prospectors, or by a fleeting band of criminals fleeing justice. In this narrative, the villagers were lured from their homes under false promises, then transported south to be held hostage or ransomed. Yet there is no credible record of missing persons matching Inuit descriptions, and no ransom demands appear in archival newspapers or Mountie communications. More fringe theories reach toward the supernatural. Local lore among the Caribou Inuit speaks of ghost lights dancing across the tundra, mysterious orbs that lead travelers astray, drawing them into blizzards or onto thin ice. Could the community have encountered such phenomena, mistaking them for signals from their ancestors, and followed them into the wilderness? If so, why would every man, woman, and child succumb to the same hallucination, leaving their dogs chained and their homes intact? In the decades since 1930, aerial surveys of Anjikuni have revealed the foundations of sod houses, stone fish traps, and collapsed storage caches. No human remains have been discovered, nor any artifacts displaced beyond the site itself. This suggests a departure in which inhabitants took only what they could carry, and even then left behind tools of survival. Such behavior contrasts sharply with Inuit traditions, where sleds, snowshoes, and weapons are prized and seldom abandoned. Archaeologists note that the area around Anjikuni contains natural sinkholes and freezing pockets where bodies could remain concealed for years, revealed only when permafrost thaws or ground shifts. Could the villagers have fallen into concealed ice crevasses, one by one, their tracks concealed by fresh snowfall? Yet the probability of an entire settlement succumbing to such hazards, every adult and child, strains credulity. Then there are questions of timing. Lebel's account dates to early October, but other testimonies suggest that the departure may have occurred weeks earlier during the midnight sun of late summer. If the Inuit left in August, why did supplies remain fresh and food uncooked until October? The preservation of perishable goods in cold weather offers some slack in dating, but not enough to resolve these discrepancies. Historical climate data for 1930 indicate average winter temperatures and normal snowfall for the region, nothing to suggest an environmental anomaly that would compel mass departure. Similarly, records of wildlife migrations do not show a severe collapse in caribou numbers that year. Across the Arctic, other communities reported stable herds and routine trapping yields. Why, then, was Anjikuni alone in its desolation? In recent years, renewed interest in the case has prompted forensic teams to conduct ground-penetrating radar scans, revealing subfloor pits beneath some dwellings, possibly burial sites predating the 20th century. But none correspond to 1930, reinforcing the idea that no one died in situ. Teams also collected soil samples showing negligible traces of human decomposition. The absence of decay signals, even after nearly a century, underscores how completely the villagers vanished. Cultural anthropologists emphasize the oral traditions of the Caribou Inuit. Elders remember hearing stories from their grandparents about Anjikuni, a place where the people followed the shadows and never came back. These tales, passed down through generations, hint at an older memory of migration or forced relocation, later projected onto the 1930 event. Could the disappearance of Anjikuni have been a conflation of multiple exoduses, woven into a singular legend that grew over time? The recorded investigation by Sergeant Ryan, though thorough for its era, left gaps. His field notes describe well-maintained equipment, sleds in good repair, rifles still loaded, yet he made no mention of searching beyond a half-mile radius. Could there be undiscovered campsites or shallow, unmarked graves beyond his patrol route? Modern re-examinations propose expanding the search area along known hunting trails, using drone-mounted cameras and sniffer dogs trained to detect human remains in deep snow. Yet every expedition returns to the same empty huts, the same frozen hearths, the same echo of abandonment. The dogs remain tethered, their collars still rusted to ice. Kayaks stand on their stands, paddles propped nearby. Toy sleds, carved by small hands, lie overturned in the snow. These poignant artifacts suggest a departure both immediate and unplanned. Families stepping out to gather wood or check traps, expecting to return that evening but never doing so. What then truly befell the people of Anjikuni? Did they fall victim to a hidden predator, wolves driven desperate by disease, or perhaps wild dogs rabid with infection? If so, why are there no claw or bite marks on abandoned hides and furs? Does the monster here lurk not in flesh and fur, but in human frailty or fear? Perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that we lack a frame of reference. Anjikuni's disappearance might represent a phenomenon we have yet to comprehend, a rapid societal collapse triggered by psychological contagion, a break in the fabric of communal trust so profound that families chose self-imposed exile into the unknown. In this view, a shared panic or a vision of impending doom could have united people in flight, a flight from which none returned. As the Arctic sun dips below the horizon and the wind carries the promise of another bitter night, the frozen village of Anjikuni stands as a testament to absence. Its silence is more haunting than any scream, its emptiness more chilling than any crime scene. And so, as we leave its snow-packed doorways and wind-blown tents behind, we are left to ask, what deeper currents of human experience and natural forces converged on that fateful day in 1930 to whisk an entire community into oblivion? The answer, like the tundra's hidden crevasses, lies concealed, waiting for the right question, the right explorer, to bring it at last into the light. As the frozen winds of Canada's far north give way to the humid breezes of the tropics, we leave behind the sun-bleached tents of Anjikuni and follow the path of mystery southward into the dense rainforests and rolling hill country of Costa Rica's Diquís Delta. Here, hidden beneath a verdant canopy and scattered across remote riverbanks, lie the Las Bolas. giant stone spheres whose silent presence has confounded explorers for nearly a century. Imagine stepping into a clearing at dawn, mist rising from the undergrowth as sunlight filters through towering ceiba and guanacaste trees. Before you stands a perfectly round orb of gray stone, smooth as glass but cool to the touch. Its surface bears faint striations, tool marks left by artisans long gone, yet no seam or joint disturbs its flawless curve. Nearby, another sphere rests half-buried in leaf litter, its lower hemisphere still concealed by the earth. Some measure barely a foot in diameter, others span more than 2 meters, weighing upward of 15 tons. How did pre-Columbian hands shape and position these megaliths with such precision, and to what purpose? Mainstream archaeologists attribute the spheres to the Daki culture, which flourished between approximately AD 700 and 1530. This society, centered around the modern canton of Ossa, left no written records, but its legacy endures in ceramics, goldwork, and the stone spheres themselves. Radiocarbon dates from charcoal pits near sphere sites align with the late pre-classic and classic periods, suggesting the orbs were arranged deliberately in plazas and along pathways, markers of status, territorial boundaries, or centers of communal activity. In some clearings, clusters of spheres stand in orderly rows, hinting at pathways or processional routes that once led to communal gatherings or ritual platforms. Yet for all we know of the Daki's material culture, the exact techniques behind sphere production remain debated. Granodiorite boulders, common in the nearby riverbeds, provided the raw material. Researchers posit that artisans used hammerstones of basalt and hematite to chip away at the rock, creating rough hemispheres. Then, employing abrasive sand and water, they polished the surfaces in a process that may have taken years per sphere. But without evidence of workshops, no quarry sites have been definitively identified. How were these artisans organized? Did teams caravan along rivers, towing spheres on rafts or sledges? And how did they achieve near-perfect sphericity without metal tools designed for precision? In 1939, U.S. botanist Alexander Krieger brought the spheres to wider attention, photographing dozens in plantation fields and earning the moniker Costa Rica's Stonehenge. His accounts described the spheres as silent sentinels, undisturbed even by plowing, their weight anchoring them through centuries of agricultural change. When archaeologists surveyed these sites in the 1970s, they found many spheres had been moved from their original contexts, some repurposed as millstones or even recarved into simpler shapes. Yet scattered across protected reserves like Finca 6 and El Silencio, the sphere's integrity endures, inviting us to piece together their story. Mainstream theories suggest the spheres served as visual symbols of power, laid out to announce the presence of a ruling elite. Elevated platforms behind some arrays may have held leaders, who used the orbs as stage props in ceremonies of governance or trade negotiations. In this view, the spheres functioned like badges of office, proclaiming control over riverine routes that connected inland cacao groves to coastal trading posts. Yet the sheer effort required to produce dozens of giants raises another question. How many resources could a relatively small community allocate to purely symbolic objects, and what social structures enabled such sustained labor? Speculative interpretations expand the mystery further. A handful of writers have proposed astronomical alignments, noting that certain sphere rows point toward solstitial sunrise positions or the rising of key constellations such as Orion's Belt. Could the spheres have been part of a ritual calendar, marking planting seasons and harvest festivals? If so, they would join other global megalithic traditions in which human hands harnessed geometry to measure time. Yet systematic surveys have yet to confirm a consistent pattern across all sphere sites. While some arrays align north-south or east-west, others form equilateral triangles or irregular groupings. Perhaps each configuration held local meanings, encoded in oral traditions now lost to the tropics' humid decay. Fringe theories veer into more sensational territory. In the 1970s, a small group of enthusiasts suggested that the spheres were carved by an unknown precursor civilization, an earlier people whose technological prowess rivaled that of the Egyptians or the builders of Stonehenge. They pointed to the orb's mathematical perfection and proposed that advanced tools, perhaps even harnessing water-driven lathes or rotary drills, were once available in Central America. While no physical evidence supports the existence of such tools, no metal drill bits, no quarrying stations, the idea persists in popular culture, a testament to our fascination with lost technologies. Other speculative voices invoke symbolic cosmologies. Some have likened the orbs to the seeds of the ceiba tree, central to Mesoamerican myth as the axis mundi connecting the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. Did the spheres embody the ceiba's cosmic role, acting as terrestrial stand-ins for sacred trees? If so, their placement in plazas and riverbanks might trace pathways between the human world and spirit realms, locations where shamans communed with ancestors or deities. Material analyses of the sphere's surfaces reveal traces of cactus juice and plant pigments, suggesting they may once have been painted in vivid hues, perhaps in reds, blacks, and yellows drawn from local flora. These colors might have enhanced the sphere's visibility in dense forest or marked them with clan totems. Yet the pigments have weathered away in the humid climate, leaving only minute chemical residues detectable by laboratory tests. What stories did those painted orbs tell as sunlight glinted off their polished faces? Stories now reduced to silent stone? Recent fieldwork has turned to geolocation technology, using LiDAR to peer beneath the jungle's canopy and uncover new sphere sites once hidden from view. Rotational symmetry analyses suggest that some spheres form arcs that skirt lost river channels, now rerouted by centuries of sedimentation. Could the Diki have placed spheres as beacons to guide watercraft through shifting waterways, marking safe passages or hidden rapids? If so, the orb's original positions and the rivers themselves have since drifted, leaving archaeologists to read a landscape that has grown over them like a living map. The sphere's distribution also raises questions of exchange and influence. Similar, though smaller, petrospheres have been reported along the Caribbean coast and in neighboring Panama, suggesting the idea of monumental orbs may have traveled along trade networks. Did visiting merchants carry tales of stone spheres, inspiring local elites to commission their own? Or did the concept emerge independently in multiple regions, reflecting a universal impulse to shape the world into comforting circles, symbols of unity and wholeness? Efforts to recreate the spheres in experimental archaeology have yielded surprising results. Scholars have used local stone and replicated Neolithic techniques, hammerstones, sand abrasives, wooden templates, to craft small-scale spheres within weeks. Yet scaling up to 2-meter giants introduces geometric challenges. How does one consistently measure radius at each point without a modern compass? The likely answer involves simple tools, ropes tied to center pegs, stakes marking the circumference. But the demonstration underscores the sphere's accessibility, even to craftsmen without formal training, provided they understood basic geometry. As afternoon light filters through the canopy and birds call from hidden perches, the giant stone spheres lie in quiet repose, testaments to human creativity and ambition shaped by a culture now silent. Their curves catch the eye, drawing us inward to consider the hands that carved them, the feet that carried them, and the minds that conceived them. Yet for every detail uncovered, another layer of mystery remains. What ritual voices once echoed around these orbs? What songs were sung as the spheres were polished? What knowledge passed unrecorded from elders to apprentices? Today, the spheres rest under the protection of Costa Rica's national parks, their precise contexts cataloged and preserved. Yet for all their guardianship, the greatest artifact they offer is not the stone itself, but the question it poses. How does a community invest itself in a project whose meaning is both public, displayed in plazas, and private, known only to initiates? And when that knowledge fades, what remains for us to interpret? As we step away from the silence of the Diki Delta and into the closing light, the giant stone spheres stand as monuments to a past both distant and resonant. They remind us that history's unsolved mysteries do more than challenge our intellect. They invite us to touch the cool surface of time, to trace the circle's edge, and to imagine the world as it once was. It's the cool surface of time, to trace the circle's edge, and to imagine the world as it once was. And perhaps, in their perfect curves, we glimpse the eternal question that binds us to every culture. Who are we when we shape the earth to reflect our own image? And what secrets lie hidden in those shapes, waiting to be discovered? As the rainforests of Costa Rica recede behind us, with their silent monoliths half swallowed by creeping vines, our journey carries us now to a different continent and a world older than the jungles themselves. We find ourselves on the rocky plains of South Africa's Gauteng province, where the whisper of wind over Kutzite outcrops conceals one of Earth's most perplexing enigmas, the Klerksdorp Spheres. Imagine standing at the rim of an open-pit mine at dawn, the sky washed in pastel light, as the day's first breeze stirs dust along the terrace walls. Beneath your feet, the bedrock is a tapestry of pale, yellow-gray pyrophyllite, sedimentary layers laid down nearly 3 billion years ago. Embedded in this ancient canvas are small metallic orbs, their surfaces polished smooth by time. Some measure scarcely a centimeter across, others rival golf balls, and a few exceed 5 centimeters in diameter. Each sphere gleams with concentric bands of darker and lighter mineral, as though carved by an unseen hand, and left to slumber until we arrived. First documented by miners in the 1940s near the town of Erdstall, the spheres quickly drew scientific attention. Geologists identified them as composed primarily of goethite and hematite, iron-rich minerals common in the host rock. Carbon dating of the surrounding layers places their formation in the Precambrian, some 2.8 billion years ago, long before multicellular life, before atmospheric oxygen, before plate tectonics had shaped continents into recognizable forms. How, then, did these remarkably round concretions come to be, and what secrets do they carry from Earth's formative ages? Mainstream science offers a process both subtle and profound, concretionary growth around a central nucleus. Groundwater, supersaturated with dissolved iron and silica, percolated through the pyrophyllite beds. Over immense spans of time, these minerals precipitated around grains of sand or fossil fragments, layer by layer, forming near-perfect spheres. Slow crystallization and uniform chemical conditions produced the faint banding visible under close inspection. Similar processes yield oolites and pisolites in shallow marine environments, but never so uniformly round, nor on such a small scale across millions of individual orbs. Yet this explanation, plausible and supported by petrographic studies, leaves lingering questions. Why do some spheres exhibit channels or sharply defined grooves running around their equators, as though fashioned by a lathe rather than sedimentary layering? Why do fractured specimens sometimes reveal an inner core of a different mineral composition, suggesting replacement processes or secondary growth phases? And why do spheres cluster in particular horizons, rather than disperse evenly through the rock column? As we trace the terrace walls, collecting a few specimens for closer examination, another mystery emerges: the sphere's resilience. Mined from soft, easily weathered pyrophyllite, the orbs withstand crushing and abrasion, as though coated by a shell of tougher mineral. Laboratory tests show microcrystalline hematite binding them together with surprising strength. Could this hardening be a byproduct of diagenesis, pressure and heat during rock burial, rather than intentional craftsmanship? If so, the spheres become records of deep burial metamorphism, preserving a chapter of geological history far beyond the reach of most commonplace rocks. Meanwhile, the human allure of the spheres has inspired more speculative interpretations. In the 1970s, a handful of authors included the Klerksdorp Spheres in catalogs of out-of-place artifacts, alongside other geological curiosities claimed to defy conventional dating. Some proposed that the orbs were remnants of an ancient civilization capable of forging metal into perfect spheres, burying them when their society collapsed. Could prehistoric peoples, long before the known rise of metallurgy, have carved these objects and embedded them deliberately as markers or ritual tokens, only to have their records vanish in the mists of prehistory? Further fringe theories go still deeper into the unknown. A few researchers have speculated that the spheres might be extraterrestrial in origin, microtectites or debris from meteor impacts that coalesced into spheres upon atmospheric entry. Yet unlike true microtectites, which are glassy and often pitted, the Klerksdorp spheres are crystalline and unblemished by ablation, making this hypothesis improbable. Then there are whispers of surreal possibilities. Could these spheres have been carried here by ancient giants or cast by titanic forces beyond our comprehension?
Geochemical analyses offer data but not definitive answers. Trace element studies show that the sphere's iron isotopic ratios match those of the surrounding rock rather than cosmic material, supporting a terrestrial origin. Scanning electron microscopy reveals growth bands on some specimens that mirror concentric precipitate layers seen in modern concretions. Yet other spheres betray fine radial fibrous textures, patterns more reminiscent of biological growth or synthetic ceramics than of freestanding mineral precipitates. Efforts to replicate the spheres in the laboratory have achieved mixed results. Researchers have successfully grown spherical concretions by mimicking groundwater chemistry and holding grains of sand in rotisserie-style tumblers. The resulting beach ball concretions, however, typically measure several millimeters across and lack the density and hardness of their South African counterparts. Could repeating the precise thermal and chemical fluctuations of the pyrophyllite beds, conditions spanning countless centuries, produce larger, tougher spheres? Or are we missing an unknown catalyst that once accelerated their formation? Alongside the orbs lie flattened discs, lozenges of pyrophyllite bearing subtle curvature and bands of iron. Some have suggested these are cross-sections of spheres cleaved during early excavation. Others see them as distinct artifacts, flattened coins or markers serving a purpose we can no longer infer. The presence of such shapes complicates the narrative, hinting at variation within the suite of concretions and raising questions about the breadth of geological processes at work. Local oral traditions, passed down among Afrikaner farming communities, speak of water boors and strange stones rumored to cure ailments or bring good fortune. These narratives, while modern in origin, overlay the spheres with layers of human meaning. In nearby markets, tourists buy polished specimens as curios or talismans, attributing to them energies unmeasured by any instrument. Yet, beneath these stories lies a deeper current, an unspoken recognition that the spheres are more than mere stones. They are messages from an era that predates our species, whispers from a time when Earth's surface was still settling, its life traces scarce. Field geologists note that spheres extracted from deeper pyrophyllite seams tend to exhibit greater sphericity and hardness, suggesting a link between burial depth, pressure, and mineral maturation. Yet, once brought to the surface, many spheres quickly weather, their fine layers flaking under rain and sun. This vulnerability highlights how fragile their preservation is, and how urgently new discoveries must be documented before erosion claims them. Drone-mounted LiDAR surveys have mapped dozens of sphere-bearing horizons across a 10-mile stretch, far more than the few dozen specimens once known to exist. In some quarries, nearly every cubic meter of rock yields a handful of spheres, while in others they are scarce. What controlled their deposition? Were they concentrated along ancient stream channels where groundwater flow focused precipitation? Or did microbial mats, now vanished, catalyze iron mineralization in specific layers? The interplay of biology and geology in Precambrian sediments remains an active field of inquiry, one where each sphere might serve as a micro-laboratory for Earth's earliest ecosystems. Intriguingly, rare hollow spheres have been found, their interiors accessible through natural cracks. Inside lie delicate cross-hatched mineral crystals, goethite needles radiating from the core. These internal architectures tell of nucleation events and diffusion-limited growth patterns that echo deep within the planet's crust. Yet, why would some spheres remain hollow, while others fill completely? Does this reflect pulsating changes in groundwater chemistry, or perhaps alternating episodes of acidic and alkaline flow? As we collect a final handful of spheres at sunset, the wind carrying dust in long, dusty tendrils, the orbs rest in our palms, cold, weighty, and strangely animate. Each one is a testament to forces beyond human ken, sculpted by time, pressure, and chemistry in a story that began before continents drifted or oxygen filled the air. They stand as mute ambassadors from a planet in its youth, challenging us to decipher the code written in their curves.
What then are the Klerksdorp Spheres? Geological byproducts of ancient waters shaped by molecular dance and crystalline precision, or echoes of a lost intelligence that left no other marks upon the rock? Could they be both, a symbiosis of natural process and human wonder, inviting us to see artistry in stone? And if future generations uncover new horizons of spheres, each with subtle differences, what broader narrative will emerge about Earth's formative eons? As the mine's floodlights flicker to life and the shadows lengthen across the terraces, the spheres lie waiting, silent, inscrutable, and infinitely round. Their story is far from finished, their secrets still veiled within banded layers of iron and time. And so, we leave them to their ancient slumber, our questions echoing in the hollow chambers of their mineral cores. What hidden chapters remain in the long saga of this planet, waiting for the patient eye to bring them once again into the light? As the sun sets over the dusty quarries of South Africa, where ancient orbs lie half-buried beneath wind-blown terraces, our journey of enigmatic artifacts carries us now northward across the Channel, to a small farmstead in the rolling countryside of central France. Here, beneath fields of wheat and canola, deserted for millennia, a discovery in 1924 would ignite one of archaeology's longest-running controversies, the Glozel Tablets. Imagine standing at the edge of a plowed field just before dawn, the earth still cool beneath heavy boots. In a shallow pit, fragments of fired clay emerge, broken shards etched with lines, symbols, and the faint impression of human fingers. Nearby, a handful of small stones engraved with characters lay half-buried alongside charred bone and fragments of burnt grain. The air is still. Even the crows seem to hover at the fringe of light. What hand inscribed these signs? And to what purpose were they once pressed into clay? The site at Glozel, near the village of the same name, was uncovered by the young peasant Emile Fradin and his grandfather, who had been tiling the field for a new barn foundation. Within weeks, hundreds of artifacts, nearly 3,000 in all, came to light. Tablets and plaques bearing incised symbols, small ceramic statuettes of humanoid figures, flint tools, and a handful of tiny tablets carved from stone. Under the flicker of Freden's oil lamp, the tablets glowed with the promise of a lost script, possibly the earliest writing in Europe, predating even the Linear A of Minoan Crete. Word of the find reached the local authorities, and soon professional archaeologists and scholars arrived, drawn by the prospect of redefining prehistory. Carbonized grains offered tentative radiocarbon dates, first around 1200 BC, then in some tests as early as 3000 BC. Mainstream institutions balked at these claims, noting that the symbols bore a curious resemblance to medieval graffiti and even modern letters. Could a peasant have unknowingly dug up a Neolithic archive, or had someone planted forgeries to fool the scientific community? Early excavators reported the tablets in stratified layers beneath undisturbed subsoil, a context suggesting genuine antiquity. Fragments recovered near hearths contained soot and animal bone, hinting at domestic use or ritual deposition. Yet skeptics pointed out that the field had been tilled for decades. Disturbance from plowing might have mingled materials of different ages, obscuring etymologies. When prominent French archaeologist René Dussault visited the site, he declared the tablets improbable, a hoax perpetrated by Frauden or local charlatans. Others, like the Czech epigrapher Václav Hnízdo, saw coherent sign groups that hinted at a structured writing system, perhaps a local variant of Indus or Anatolian scripts. As controversy swirled, physical tests brought conflicting results. Thermoluminescence dating of ceramics in the 1980s suggested some pieces had seen prolonged burial, consistent with antiquity, while other samples yielded modern firing temperatures, more akin to recent manufacture. Microscopic analysis found wear patterns on certain tablets that could only have arisen from centuries of handling, yet a handful of pieces bore tool marks strikingly similar to 20th century steel blades. In the face of dispute, the French government arrested Freden in 1927 on charges of forgery. Local villagers protested, proclaiming the young man's integrity, while an international petition gathered signatures from scholars who believed the evidence warranted further study. Freden was eventually exonerated, but the damage to Glozel's reputation was done. The site was declared too controversial for official excavation, and most artifacts ended up scattered across private collections and small local museums. Mainstream archaeology largely shelved the Glozel material, consigning it to the margins of proto-writing debates. But a dedicated cohort of researchers continued to study the tablets, cataloging over 1,200 distinct sign types and demonstrating recurring clusters, an arrangement one epigrapher likened to phonetic groupings or syllabic scripts. Could these symbols represent a unique European writing system used for accounting, calendrical notation, or ritual incantations? Ethnographic parallels, drawn from ancient Near Eastern glyptic traditions, suggest that small clay tablets served as votive offerings or mnemonic aids, not necessarily as full documents. The presence of small statuettes at Glozel, human and animal figures sculpted with surprising skill, reinforces the notion of ritual use. Were the tablets tokens of oath-making, charms against disease, or records of lunar cycles essential to agrarian life? If so, what calendar did they follow, and how did villagers of this remote region tie themselves into broader Bronze Age networks? Beyond scholarly debate, fringe theories have woven the Glozel tablets into broader conspiracies. A handful of writers have speculated that they represent the lost knowledge of a pre-Druidic culture, an advanced priesthood wiped out by later Iron Age migrations. Others invoke the idea of Atlantis survivors, fragments of an antediluvian civilization whose script survived only in this remote corner of Burgundy. Such notions find little support in the stratigraphic record, yet they persist in popular accounts, underscoring our yearning for mythical origins to explain archaeological oddities. The tablet's iconography adds further intrigue. Some signs resemble the letter shapes of Phoenician alphabets, Others look eerily like schematic representations of human anatomy or stellar constellations. In one clay shard, a central disk is surrounded by radiating lines, an image some interpret as a sun symbol, others as a spinning wheel or a spoked chariot wheel. If astronomical observation lay behind these motifs, could Glozel have served as an observatory, a regional hub for tracking equinoxes and solstices? But no remains of elevated platforms or alignments with landscape features have been documented. Yet, the field's plowing may have erased such evidence. Efforts to reassemble the tablets digitally, using pattern recognition software, have begun to yield tantalizing patterns. Certain sign sequences recur at the beginnings or ends of tablets, perhaps functioning as formulaic headers or closing affirmations. If the tablets encode language rather than simple symbolism, they might represent one of the few traces of Western European Bronze Age tongues, languages otherwise lost to time. Could these be early forms of Celtic, Ligurian, or entirely unknown dialects that vanished without trace after the Roman conquest? Chemical analyses of the clay matrix point to a local source, nearby clay pits whose sediments match the tablet's mineralogy. This undercuts arguments for 20th century forgery, suggesting the artifacts were indeed made from the earth beneath Glozel. Yet some pieces contain unusual trace elements: tin, manganese, and even small quantities of lead, elements that could derive from bronze furnace waste. Does this hint at nearby bronze working workshops, a local metallurgical tradition long since abandoned? If the tablets were part of a broader artisanal economy, tracking production, distributing finished goods, what other workshops have yet to be discovered? In recent decades, renewed excavations at Glozel have proceeded cautiously under academic supervision. Geophysical surveys have identified anomalies beneath undisturbed layers, potential hearths, pits, and structural features that promise context for the tablets. A select team of multidisciplinary scholars, archaeologists, epigraphers, chemists, and ethnographers, has cataloged and conserved hundreds of pieces in a climate-controlled repository, allowing for non-destructive testing and high-resolution imaging. Yet every new find seems to spawn fresh questions. A fresh sherd with a unique sign, never before recorded, raises issues of sign corpus completeness. A piece bearing traces of human blood, detected by immunoassay tests, suggests tablets may have been consecrated with sacrificial offerings or blood pacts. If so, what deity or spirit presided over such rites? Local folklore speaks of an ancient chthonic goddess of the earth, whose worship vanished under Gallo-Roman influence. Could the tablets preserve her name and invocation? As you step out of the dim laboratory and back into the fields where wheat sways in the wind, the Glozel tablets lie entombed once again in the fertile loam. Their clay surfaces bear the faint kiss of sun and rain, at once fragile and enduring. They remind us that the past is rarely a closed book. Instead, it is a palimpsest, layered with human hopes, forgeries, and lost technologies. Each scratch of symbol a challenge to our assumptions. What script did the creators of Glozel intend to leave behind? Was it a local shorthand for commerce, a spiritual language of ritual, or a genuine writing system awaiting full decipherment? And if the tablets truly date to the 3rd millennium BC, what does that reveal about the spread of literacy and symbolic thought across Neolithic Europe? In the hush of the French countryside, as crows wheel overhead and the wind ripples through green shoots, the Glozel tablets wait patiently for the next careful gaze, the next tentative hypothesis. Their mystery remains unsolved, their language untranslated, but their silent presence draws us ever onward, deeper into the labyrinth of history's buried voices. As the broken symbols of Glozel's clay tablets fade from view, we turn our attention once more to the ancient shores of the Dead Sea, where sunlight slants into the yawning mouth of Qumran Cave 3, Here, in the hush of limestone walls carved by wind and water over millennia, a different kind of artifact awaits, one fashioned not from clay, but from metal. This is the Copper Scroll, a treasure both literal and literary, whose folded leaves whisper of hidden wealth and vanished sanctuaries. Imagine entering that high, narrow cave in 1952, your lantern's beam dancing over dusty rubble and broken pottery sherds. Then, from a ledge above, archaeologist Gerald Lancaster Harding pried loose 3 corroded plates, 7th century AD copper, inscribed on both sides with hundreds of lines of cryptic text. When conservators later separated and flattened the once rolled sheets, a map of sorts emerged. A list of 64 hiding places across Judean hills and valleys, each entry marking caches of gold, silver, incense, temple vessels, and perhaps the treasures looted from Jerusalem in AD 70. Unlike the fragile parchment scrolls that crumble at a breath, the Copper Scroll endures, its metal letters etched deep against the patina of centuries. The script is unmistakably Hebrew, though the style aligns with the Hasmonean or early Herodian period, somewhere between 125 BC and AD 70. Yet its content seems to post-date the Roman destruction of Jerusalem, hinting that rebels or temple guardians buried sacred wealth to protect it from invading legions. If so, the scroll may represent a last act of defiance, a ledger of Israel's, or more precisely Palestine's, most precious offerings, destined to await retrieval in a time of restoration. Mainstream scholars see the Copper Scroll as a document of remarkable specificity. In the ruin that is in the valley of Achor, under a carob tree to the west, with its entrance to the east, 40 talents of silver. Such precise directions, trees, cisterns, tombs, suggest an intimate knowledge of the landscape. If taken at face value, the scroll points to hidden chambers beneath the ruins of old fortresses, cisterns in abandoned sites, and fragments of man-made caves long since sealed by rubble and time. Yet modern expeditions, armed with metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar, and detailed topographic maps, have recovered nothing matching the scroll's promises. Did the treasure disappear centuries ago, looted by opportunists? Or was the treasure never there at all, the scroll itself a work of symbolic longing rather than a literal guide? The scroll's unusual medium, copper, not papyrus or parchment, adds to its aura of secrecy. Inscribing on metal in the desert heat would have required forges, fuel, and considerable effort. Why choose such a durable but cumbersome material? Perhaps because the Hebrews intended this list to survive even the worst conflagrations. Parchment might burn in the temple fire, but copper endures. If guardians hid the sacred vessels and fled into exile, they could bury this scroll at a known location, confident it would outlast mortar, scrolls, and hopes alike. Yet here another question arises. Where was the scroll itself hidden? Harding found the plates in a clay jar embedded in a niche high in the cave wall, out of reach for casual visitors. Why place such a vital document in Cave 3, when other scrolls lay in Caves 1 and 4? Was the Copper Scroll kept separate to shield it from prying eyes, accessible only to a select few who knew the cave's secret pass? Or did it arrive later, perhaps carried by fugitives fleeing Roman reprisals who needed a secure place to conceal their map of buried wealth? Beyond mainstream readings, speculative theories explore the scroll's deeper implications. Some propose that the treasure listed was not temple gold at all, but communal funds of the Qumran sect, an Essene treasury amassed through pilgrim offerings and agricultural tithes. Perhaps the scroll records deposits intended to finance a new Jerusalem awaiting the Messianic era. In this light, the Copper Scroll becomes a charter of hope, its hidden silver meant to rebuild a purer society once divine time arrived. Then there are more sensational notions. A handful of writers have drawn connections between the Copper Scroll's list and the Templars' legendary hoard, suggesting that Crusader knights unearthed the scroll in the 12th century and used it to pilfer sacred wealth, smuggling it back to Europe. This theory leans on sparse medieval references to strange Hebrew plates found near the Dead Sea, mentions that may well refer to other finds or to hearsay rather than first-hand knowledge. Yet the allure persists. Could the secrets of Cave 3 have traveled far beyond Palestine's arid hills, hiding in hidden vaults beneath European monasteries? Even within academic circles, interpretations diverge. Some epigraphers argue the scroll employs a specialized code, each entry's numerical values and letter abbreviations embedding ritual significance beyond mere bookkeeping. Others see calendrical references. The first day of the third month appears multiple times, possibly marking festival dates when the treasure was to be removed for communal feasts or offerings. If so, the scroll reads as both an inventory and a liturgical calendar, intertwining material wealth with sacred time. Efforts to rediscover the treasures have repeatedly come up empty-handed. In the 1960s and again in the 1990s, small teams staked out likely sites: ancient fortresses above Wadi Qumran, cisterns near Ain Feshka, but found only debris and broken pottery. Could the scroll's geography have shifted over centuries? The valley's course may have changed, stone landmarks crumbled, and toponyms lost. When the scroll names the waters of Sebka, does it refer to the modern salt flat, or to another drying pool now buried by desert sands? In a landscape that evolves slowly yet relentlessly, even the best map can become unreadable. Digital reconstructions have attempted to overlay the Copper Scroll's instructions onto high-resolution satellite imagery, seeking geometric intersections between known ruins and the scroll's coordinates. A few promising alignments have emerged: strange depressions near ancient tombs, stone platforms half swallowed by sediment, but none have yielded artifacts. Each hint spurs new expeditions, yet each returns with the same emptiness: the weight of history and the lightness of hope in equal measure. Chemical analysis of the scroll itself reveals traces of oils and resins, anointing substances perhaps applied to preserve the metal or sanctify the words. Under magnification, pitting patterns in the copper suggest the plates were shaped and inscribed before burial, not scratched hastily underground. The gaps between letters are even, the lines straight, a sign of practiced hands, likely professionals versed in epigraphic design. Who were these engravers? Temple priests? Rebel scribes? Essene artisans schooled in metalwork? Their identities remain as shadowy as the caves that sheltered their work. In the hush of Qumran's caverns, the copper scroll rests sealed behind glass, its plates carefully protected from the oxidizing air. Yet when you stand before it, you feel the chill of hidden chambers, the echo of footsteps approaching buried vaults, and the faint pulse of anticipation that centuries of seekers must have known. What would happen when the first pot of silver came to light? Would the desert sky light up with celebration, or draw the armies of Rome once more into these broken hills? The Copper Scroll's greatest power lies in its refusal to yield up its treasure. It challenges us to question the very nature of wealth, faith, and memory. Is the true treasure the gold and silver long since consumed by time and war, or the scroll's testament to human hope, etched in copper so that even the fires of conquest could not erase it? And so, as we close the final fold of this metal codex and step back into the desert light, we are left with an open question. Beneath which rock, beneath which slope, beneath which nameless ledge, might the treasures of the Copper Scroll still lie, waiting for the day when history and discovery at last converge, and the secrets of Cave 3 emerge once more into the world above? Just as the Copper Scroll's metal leaves whispered of hidden vaults beneath Qumran's cliffs, we now journey half a world away to the thunderous roar of the Paraná River's cataracts in southern Brazil. Here, on the rocky banks of the Rio Inga near the village of Agua Branca, stands a monolithic testament to a lost moment in human, or perhaps pre-human, history, the Inga Stone. Arrive at dawn, when mist rises from the river's foam and sunlight dapples the polished surfaces of jagged quartzite. Embedded in a shallow recess of the cliff face is a flat slab nearly 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, its dark gray surface etched with hundreds of grooves, spirals, lines, and concentric circles. The carvings shimmer with the sheen of centuries of water wash, their edges rounded by rain and flood, yet their patterns remain crisp and deliberate. From a distance, they resemble the staves of an intricate music score, or the star charts of a forgotten sky. What minds, what hands, could have sketched such a complex tapestry into living rock? Scholars have long debated the origins of the Inga petroglyphs. Mainstream archaeology places the carvings within the broader tradition of South American rock art, attributing them to early Tupi-Guarani or other now-extinct indigenous cultures. Radiocarbon samples of organic material found in nearby shelters suggest human presence in the Inga region as early as 6000 BC, though the petroglyphs themselves resist direct dating. Stylistic comparisons link them to other Paraná Basin sites, though nowhere else does the density or apparent complexity approach that of the Inga Stone. Could the slab represent a regional masterpiece, the pinnacle of a local tradition of geoglyphic communication? Many researchers view the carvings as maps or calendrical devices. The long parallel grooves might chart the river's shifting course or mark the sun's solstice risings along the horizon. Spiral motifs, some concentric, others overlapping, could encode lunar cycles or flooding rhythms essential to seasonal planting. Yet the combinations of symbols defy simple translation. In some sections, small cup marks cluster like star fields. In others, arrow-like lines radiate from central points as if indicating directional flow. If the Inga Stone served as both map and calendar, who read it? Shamans in earthen huts? Pilgrim astronomers gathering at the waterfall's edge? Or was it meant for an audience far beyond the banks of the river? Field surveys have traced over 400 distinct signs across the Inga site, more than at any other Brazilian rock art location. The sheer scale of the carving, stretching across 3 contiguous slabs, suggests a communal effort, one that required coordination among dozens of workers wielding stone chisels and relying on simple templates of wood and charcoal. How did a society without metal tools achieve such precision? Some experimental archaeologists have demonstrated that repeated scraping with quartz-tipped tools, combined with abrasive sand and water, can yield remarkably smooth grooves, but only after months of continuous work. What drove such dedication of time and labor? Ritual devotion? Environmental necessity? A quest to encode knowledge beyond the reach of speech? Traditional Tupi-Guarani oral histories speak of spirits of the water and earthbound makers of stone. Yet, no direct legend links the petroglyphs to particular myths. Modern elders in Agua Branca recall hearing tales from their grandparents of a great teaching rock, used by shamans to chart the heavens and guide hunters along hidden paths. These memories, recorded only in the mid-20th century, suggest that the carvings retained cultural resonance long after their original creators vanished. Could fragments of those ancient stories survive in the elders' metaphors? Clues to a ritual function that combined astronomy, hydrology, and social order? Beyond the regional context, the Inga Stone has drawn attention for its apparent mathematical regularities. Early in the 20th century, Portuguese engineer Antonio Beltrão dissected a section of spirals and calculated ratios approximating Pi and the golden ratio, an observation echoed by later researchers. Were these engravings an unwitting approximation by practical surveyors, or did they reflect a more formalized knowledge of geometry? If so, where did these ideas originate? Comparisons to megalithic sites in Europe and Bronze Age petroglyphs in India have stirred talk of transoceanic contact in antiquity, an idea that mainstream scholarship rejects for lack of evidence. Yet the mere suggestion speaks to our fascination with cross-cultural echoes of mathematical insight. Fringe interpretations push the mystery even deeper. Some enthusiasts propose that the Inga carvings encode star maps of constellations no longer visible from Earth, sites preserved in rock long after precession shifted the night sky. Others see the slab as a repository of alien instructions, intended for a race that once visited Earth's surface. Though these hypotheses find no support in rigorous fieldwork, they underscore the slab's power to evoke wonder beyond conventional frameworks. More grounded, yet still speculative, theories consider the possibility of seismic or hydrological origins for some markings. Could long, straight grooves record the traces of rock slides or ancient floodlines, carved by powerful torrents or shifting tectonic plates? In a landscape where rivers can rise tens of meters in a single rainy season, the boundary between natural etching and human carving can blur. Yet the precise intersections of lines, cutting across natural fractures, suggest deliberate intervention rather than random erosion. How then did the sculptors choose which fissures to follow and which to ignore? Geophysical surveys have revealed additional panels of the Inga Stone submerged beneath seasonal floodwaters, sections of rock only visible in the dry season. These lower carvings bear simpler patterns, circles and dots more akin to cup marks found in Europe and Africa. Does the variation in complexity reflect different phases of occupation, with earlier inhabitants marking simpler signs and later generations expanding upon them? If so, the Inga site may record a multimillennial dialogue between people and environment, each generation layering new knowledge atop the old. Despite decades of study, the Inga Stone remains remarkably intact. Unlike other petroglyph sites that suffer from graffiti or erosion, the Inga carvings are protected by local conservation efforts. Volunteers maintain paths, install interpretive signage, and patrol the site against vandalism. Yet such efforts cannot guard against the slow wear of weathering, nor the creeping advance of tourism's foot traffic. Each visit, though measured and respectful, threatens to blur the very edges we strive to preserve. In the cool hush of the evening, as the river's roar fades into whispered ripples, the Inga Stone stands unmoved, its grooves tracing a web of questions. Who first chose this cliff face, and why here, where water thundered and mists rose like ghosts? What knowledge did they carve into rock? Astronomical, geographical, spiritual, or something altogether beyond our categorization? And if we walk these grooves in the years to come, pressing fingertips to ancient lines, will we feel the echo of lost voices guiding us deeper into mysteries still unsolved? The Inga Stone invites us to slow down, to let the river's rhythms and the stone's silent script seep into our senses. It asks us to remember that human history is more than dynasties and conquests. It is also the act of marking place and time, of weaving knowledge into the very bones of the landscape. And as we step away from its carved face, we carry with us not answers, but a question that endures. What secrets remain hidden in those spirals and lines, waiting for the right eye to uncover them at last? As the misty carvings of the Inga Stone give way to the roar of Brazil's cataracts behind us, our journey continues across 16th century seas to a small Ottoman arsenal on the Asian shore of the Mediterranean. There, in the cool lamplight of Topkapi Palace, a fragment of parchment lies unfurled, a map whose aged edges betray a world both known and unimagined. The 1513 chart of Piri Reis. Envision stepping into the scriptorium where this chart was once laid out, the scent of ink and vinegar lingering in the air. A single oil lamp illuminates a half-meter square of drawn coastline, the curves of North Africa's bulging west coast, the bulwarks of the Iberian Peninsula, and the wooded banks of Brazil's eastern shore. Strange, too, are the islands that curve below the equator, pearls of land no navigator trusted to the Mediterranean would have charted with confidence. Tiny ships ply the Atlantic swells, their sails billowing toward a horizon yet to be named. Piri Reis, an admiral of the Ottoman Navy and nephew of the famed corsair Kemal Reis, penned a brief inscription that still beckons scholars. I have compiled from 8 Muhit maps, 24 Indian maps, and 4 newly captured Portuguese charts. These lost sources, Muhit atlases of the Mediterranean, Indian Ocean sea charts, and early Portuguese pilot books, lie behind the parchment's survival. But what of the precision with which the New World's eastern coast appears, less than 2 decades after Columbus first glimpsed it? How did Piri Reis plot the curve of South America's coastline, the mouths of great rivers, and the shape of an island-rich archipelago with such fidelity? Mainstream historians credit Piri's access to Portuguese charts seized during naval engagements off Cape São Vicente in 1501 and 1505. Portuguese navigators, Bartholomew Dias, Vasco da Gama, and their pilots, had surveyed Africa's coast and ventured into the South Atlantic. Their portolan charts, bristling with rhumb lines and compass roses, provided the backbone for Piri's reconstruction. By combining those with maps of European shores long familiar to Mediterranean sailors, he wove together a patchwork that, in Piri's own words, honored the generosity of Sultan Selim I. Yet even within orthodox interpretations, questions arise. The southern reaches of the map, beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, appear to trace a landmass that seems to extend farther south than known at the time. Some suggest Piri Reis included a speculative Antarctic coastline, drawn from an ancient source no longer extant, believing it to be part of a southern continent long rumored by classical geographers. Critics note, however, that the depiction lacks the mountainous features necessary to align with actual Antarctic topography. Instead, it may reflect distorted reports of Tierra del Fuego or even phantom islands reported by transatlantic explorers. Is this an early glimpse of an icebound continent, or merely the echo of sailors' tales carried north by the Gulf Stream? Another enigma lies in the map's scale. The northern and central sectors, Europe and North Africa, adjoin seamlessly with minimal distortion, while the South Atlantic's breadth appears narrowed and the equatorial zone thickened. Early 20th century geographer Charles Hapgood argued that the map employed an advanced projection, possibly a polar azimuthal projection, suggesting sophisticated mathematical knowledge. Most cartographers dismiss this as coincidence born of porpoise-line portolan conventions rather than deliberate projection. Yet the notion persists. Did Piri Reis or his sources possess mathematical methods more advanced than commonly assumed for the era? The map's border is lined with minute annotations, wind roses, latitude markers, and terse geographic notes. In one corner, Piri writes of an island called Hispaniola, abundant in gold, and warns of a rocky shoal that kills ships. These annotations correspond to Columbus's own journal entries, suggesting Piri had access to first-hand pilot logs. But the mention of 7 wooded isles to the south, possibly the Lesser Antilles, precedes their European discovery by a few years. Did Piri's sources include pre-Columbian indigenous charts passed from shipwrecked sailors, or did he meld hearsay with naval intelligence gathered from captured Spanish crews? Speculative accounts push these puzzles into more exotic realms. A handful of writers have claimed that the Antarctic coastline on the map reflects a pre-glacial shoreline, predating the last major ice age, and that Piri Reis possessed fragments of a map dating to a vanished civilization that surveyed Antarctica when it was temperate. Mainstream scholars point out that the distortion could simply reflect Tierra del Fuego mislocated far to the south. Still, the allure of a lost cartographic tradition that charted ice-free polar lands captivates the imagination, hinting at knowledge we have yet to recover. The Piri Reis Map's fragmentary survival complicates any definitive reading. Only the western third of the original chart remains. The rest was lost or repurposed for firewood during a naval campaign. What other coastlines and annotations once graced the parchment? Did a more complete map include the Gulf of Mexico, the North American seaboard, or the Pacific Islands glimpsed by Magellan a decade later? We may never know, but each remaining inch of parchment invokes a world in transformation, where the medieval Mediterranean gave way to the first glimmers of global awareness. Efforts to reconstruct the missing sections have ranged from digital extrapolations based on portolan grids to comparative studies with later 16th century Ottoman charts. These reconstructions suggest that Piri's full map likely extended from Greenland's southern shores, wrapped around Europe and Africa, across the Atlantic to Brazil, and possibly swept into the Caribbean and Pacific fringes. But every reconstruction is tentative, a guess pressed into the shape of surviving lines. Beyond cartographic concerns, the Piri Reis Map embodies the crossroads of cultures: Ottoman, Iberian, Arab, and perhaps even remnants of older Greek and Phoenician nautical lore. It reminds us that knowledge of the world's seas was never the property of a single nation. Rather, it circulated, captured in charts, copied by scribes, shared by prisoners of war, whispered among pilot guilds. In Piri's own dedication, he honors the scholars, the navigators, and the men of learning, whose charts he combined with care. As we stand before the faded parchment in the quiet of the Topkapi Palace's archive, we are struck by its permanence and fragility. Copper-based pigments have flaked away, the parchment darkened, yet the words and lines persist, etched into history. The map bears witness to triumphs of exploration and the gaps that inevitably remain. Coastlines uncharted, peoples unrecorded, technologies yet to be invented. And so, as this chapter of our 3-hour chronicle draws to a close, we reflect on the Piri Reis Map's enduring riddle: how a single sheet of parchment could capture the outlines of lands barely known, weave together sources lost to time, and hint at continents beyond the horizon. Does it beckon us to search for the missing fragments, submerged in archives or lost to the flames? Or does it remind us that every map, no matter how precise, is also a testament to uncertainty, marking what we know and what remains hidden in the dark waters beyond our gaze? The answer lies waiting, folded in the cartographer's hand, awaiting the next curious eye to unfold its secrets. As the Piri Reis Map's portolan lines fade into the dim glow of the Topkapi Palace archives, we travel once more into the dawn of civilization, this time to the flooded plains of southern Mesopotamia, where the first stirrings of settled life gave rise to rituals and beliefs we are still striving to understand. It is here, at the prehistoric site of Al-Ubaid, that archaeologists in the 1920s uncovered a most curious set of artifacts, small clay figurines crafted some 6,000 years ago that bear uncanny likenesses to creatures part human, part reptile. These are the Al-Ubaid lizardmen. Imagine stepping into the low sun of an Iraqi plain, the Tigris burbling past reed-lined banks and early channels once used for irrigation. Among the remains of simple mud brick houses, structures clustered around an open plaza, you peer into a shallow pit where the first figurine was found, oriented carefully beside fragments of painted pottery and the twisted roots of date palms. The figurine stands just a few centimeters high, its torso robust, its limbs stubby, and its head elongated with large almond-shaped eyes. A row of small ridges runs down its spine, suggesting scales or a dorsal crest. Its arms are curved, ending in short fingers that flare like flippers. The whole form is stylized, yet the impression is unmistakable. This is no ordinary human figurine, but something seen, sketched, and then pressed into clay. In subsequent seasons, more than a dozen similar figures emerged, some nearly identical, others displaying subtle variations in posture and adornment. A handful hold tiny leaf-like objects, their bellies rounded as if pregnant, while others clutch simple tools. Were these talismans honoring a mythic amphibious ancestor, or effigies used in rites meant to invoke the fertility of the marshlands? Mainstream archaeologists note that the Ubaid culture worshipped water deities, and many temple shrines included snake and fish motifs painted in swirling patterns on pottery. Perhaps these lizardmen represent a composite water god, an intermediary between land and river, embodying the life-giving power of irrigation in this parched cradle of agriculture. Yet the figurines stand apart from the more familiar animal forms of Ubaid art. Their humanoid shapes demand a different explanation. Could they be portraits of masked priests, donning reptilian costumes during water rites? Ethnographers point to ritual disguises documented among later Mesopotamian societies, crocodile masks and snakeskin cloaks worn during festival processions. If so, the lizardmen may capture a moment of transformation when humans, through dance and ceremony, took on the qualities of the creatures they revered. But the figurine's hallmarks, large, unblinking eyes and scaled ridges, also invite more speculative readings. A few writers have suggested that Al-Ubaid's artists depicted actual hybrids, strange individuals born with caudal appendages or reptilian skin conditions, preserved in clay as living oddities. Could such mutations, rare though they may be, have impressed an agrarian society enough to elevate these people into the realm of the divine? The very realism of the eyes, the careful modeling of the spine, might hint at a first-hand encounter rather than a wholly symbolic invention. Even more provocative are the minority voices arguing for lost chapters of human prehistory. They ask whether these figurines could record an encounter with a non-human species, reptilian-visaged visitors from beyond, chronicled in the only medium available to Neolithic potters. In this vein, the Al-Ubaid lizardmen join the ranks of unexplained artifacts elsewhere in the world: clay heads on the North Sea coast, serpent-like deities in Mesoamerica, sparking questions of whether a global reptilian tradition once existed and what it signified. Returning to firmer ground, we must consider the Ubaid context, a time when the Tigris-Euphrates delta was a mosaic of marshes, channels, and small villages linked by seasonal flows. Water was both life and threat. Flooding could drown crops, while drought stalled harvests. In other Ubaid settlements, we find irrigation canals and flood control dikes, signaling the importance of managing nature's caprice. The lizardmen, then, might represent an aspect of collective psyche born of this delicate balance, half-human deities to be appeased for fertile fields, half-reptile to evoke the snakes and fish emerging from the river's depths. Excavations around the original pit revealed offerings alongside the figurines: charred date stones, shells from Persia's Gulf Coast, and copper beads hinting at trade far beyond Al-Ubaid itself. These goods imply that the figurines were part of a broader ritual economy in which pilgrims or merchants left votive gifts to secure water rights or good fishing seasons. If the lizardmen symbolize the boundary between water and soil, their images may have been central to pacts struck between communities sharing irrigation channels, agreements carved in clay as tangible as any legal contract. Yet experimental replication of the figurines has not been straightforward. The original artists used fine, well-levigated clay, tempered with ground shell to resist cracking. Their tools, likely sharpened reeds or bone implements, left precise incisions for scales and eyes. Modern potters, working with replica materials, can achieve similar forms, but only with careful calibration of paste, moisture, and firing temperatures. The dedication required suggests that these were valued objects, possibly produced in temple workshops rather than by household artisans. Did each figurine receive offerings in a shrine? Were they buried after use or reused until they crumbled? The discovery of a single figurine fragment in a later Parthian layer raises further questions. Was the lizard man cult revived centuries later, its images reinterpreted by new populations encountering these ancient tokens? Or did the fragment wash downstream, carried by floods from older strata? The layering of Mesopotamia often confounds archaeologists. Tell mounds stack village upon village, and sudden inundations can thrust older objects into younger contexts. So the Parthian lizard man may be a relic moved by natural forces rather than a sign of enduring worship. Local Bedouin lore, still spoken in whispers around Al-Ubaid's mounds, tells of a hidden lake of serpents, where water rises with no earthly cause, legendary pools where one might glimpse the reflected scales of divine snakes. Could these tales be distant echoes of the lizardmen's original meaning, carried through millennia of shifting languages and borders? Or are they later fables, grafted onto an enigmatic site whose true past lay buried beneath the decades of salt and sand? In recent years, advances in residue analysis have enabled conservators to detect faint traces of pigments on some figurines, reds and greens once used to accentuate eyes and scales. Such coloration would have made the lizardmen glow in torchlight, their painted forms more lifelike than their weathered surfaces now suggest. What ceremonies brought these colored figures to life? Processions at dawn, when painted bodies of dancers could stand in for the clay idols? Or midnight offerings by flickering lamps, the pigments flickering like reptilian skin beneath a shaman's breath? Still, the scholarly consensus remains that the lizardmen reflect a symbolic tradition of water cults in pre-Sumerian Mesopotamia. Their precise origin, function, and meaning, however, resist summary. Each figurine is a microcosm of its world, addled by floods and fires, bound into cycles of agrarian fortune, and yet reaching beyond human form into an imagined realm where humans and reptiles converged. As the wind sighs through the reeds along the Tigris and the sun dips below the horizon of mud brick mounds, the Al-Ubaid lizardmen watch in silent testimony. Their hollow eyes seem to follow the shifting waters, guardians of a secret that even the earliest cities could not fully grasp. And so, we leave their tiny forms behind, half buried once again amid the silt and clay, with a question as ancient as civilization itself. What other mysteries lie concealed in the mud of Mesopotamia, waiting for patient hands and open minds to coax them back into the light? As the lizard-haunted banks of the Tigris recede from our minds, we now journey north across the Alps' time-worn spine to the rolling hills and forested meadows of Bavaria, where, hidden beneath the soil in villages and pastures, lies an underground enigma, the Erdstall Tunnels. Picture a crisp morning mist drifting over a dew-silvered field. You approach what appears to be an innocuous hollow in the earth, a low, narrow opening just large enough for a crouching adult to slip inside. A faint chill seeps upward, carrying the scent of damp loam and centuries of undisturbed air. Here begins the Erdstall, a subterranean passage so constricted that most explorers must crawl on hands and knees, often beckoned onward by the promise of faint glimmers of daylight at a distant bend. These stone-cut corridors, found in scattered sites across southern Germany, Austria, and parts of the Czech Republic, stretch from a few meters to over 100 meters in length. They sit a meter or two below ground level, carved through soft marl or limestone without masonry reinforcement. In some places, the floor slopes steeply downward, then rises again toward a blocked exit or a second chamber. Here and there, low vaults drip with groundwater, leaving walls pitted and rough, yet still recognizably patterned by human hands. Archaeologists date the Erdstall Tunnels broadly to the Middle Ages, roughly between AD 1000 and 1500, based on radiocarbon samples of organic debris and the occasional ceramic shard found within. But beyond these indicators, the tunnels refuse to yield their story. No trash deposits, no skeletal remains, and no inscriptions have been discovered to mark sessions of ritual, to indicate the names of builders, or even to confirm whether these passages were used only once or regularly. Why construct a network of claustrophobic, single-file corridors that offer neither ventilation shafts nor evidence of long-term occupation? Mainstream theories propose practical functions. The Erdstall Tunnels as escape routes from village raids or feuds, temporary hideaways for bandits or persecuted minorities. Some suggest they served as clandestine storage caches, root cellars for perishables like turnips and sheep's cheese, insulated from surface temperatures. Others see them as primitive water management channels, though the lack of consistent gradient and the presence of blocked ends argue against purposeful drainage. A favored interpretation places the Erdstall within the realm of medieval magic and pilgrimage. In an age when folk beliefs blended Christian piety with residual pagan rites, narrow passages that forced the body into submission held symbolic power. Crawling through darkness, emerging again into light, could enact a ritual of death and rebirth, a personal pilgrimage miniature echoing the journey through Christ's tomb at Easter. Could the tunnels have served as sanctuaries for penitents seeking absolution, their bodies tracing the hardships of their souls? Local folklore underscores this atmosphere of mystery. In villages where Erdstall is known, elders recount tales of children venturing too deeply and hearing voices chanting in the darkness, calls to walk the labyrinth's length to prove one's courage, or warnings to turn back lest the spirits of the earth claim souls for their own. Hunters in the nearby woods speak of strange echoes, footsteps just out of sight, or a soft breeze when no wind should blow. Are these echoes the wind whistling through blind niches, or something more uncanny, a lingering presence of those who once crawled these passages? Speculative voices take us further down the rabbit hole. A handful of researchers have proposed that the Erdstall Tunnels represent remnants of prehistoric surveying networks, proto-Roman roads hidden beneath shifting soil, or mapping tools allowing underground transit in times of extreme heat. The absence of other surface roads in some areas lends a sliver of plausibility. Perhaps tunnel builders sought to link hilltop shrines or crypts without exposing themselves to prying eyes. Even more fringe theories invoke the otherworldly. Some have questioned whether the tunnels were tunneling inverted UFO landing strips, corridors designed to channel electromagnetic energy or serve as conduits for interdimensional travel. Though no physical evidence supports such claims, the tight symmetry of certain Erdstall layouts, the alignment of entrances with seasonal sunrise points, and the recurring motif of spiral-like side niches prompt us to wonder whether geometry itself held secret meanings now lost to time. Back in the measured domain of archaeology, efforts to map the tunnels using ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR have revealed clusters where multiple Erdstall complexes lie within a few hundred meters of one another, like hidden cells in a subterranean monastery. In some locales, straight gazette lines punctuate the landscape, tunnels leading not to exits but to dead ends carved with small recesses. What was stored in these niches? Wooden idols now rotted away, lamps to guide pilgrims, or nothing at all? A simple marker in the earth for reasons we cannot reconstruct. The very constriction of the tunnels remains among their greatest puzzles. A length of only 2 or 3 meters can include 3 right-angle turns, each forcing the crawler to shift shoulder to shoulder, compressing the body in ways that accelerate breathlessness and heighten anxiety. Such design seems intended to disorient, to enforce a meditative pace, or to guard against intruders wielding weapons. If the tunnels were escape routes, their narrowness would slow escapees as much as pursuers. If they were storage cellars, their complexity would hamper retrieval of goods. Yet perhaps the builders valued solitude and secrecy above all, a desire to engage with the earth in existential dialogue beneath everyday life. In the 21st century, adventurers and researchers don knee pads and headlamps to descend into Erdstall with measured trepidation. They record GPS coordinates of each entrance, measure airflow to identify possible hidden exits, and deploy small robots to explore blind passages too narrow for humans. In one Bavarian tunnel, a robot's camera filmed a tiny offshoot, no larger than a rabbit's burrow, its endpoint lost in a collapse of soil and roots. Could additional chambers lie behind these blockages, waiting for centuries to be opened by patient excavation? Chemical analyses of air in some tunnels reveal elevated levels of radon gas, a natural radioactive element seeping from the bedrock. Was this feature known to medieval builders who prized the tunnel's sterile microclimate for preserving religious texts or healing herbs? Or is the radon simply a curious byproduct of geology, one we only now detect with modern instruments? Despite decades of study, Erdstall remains astonishingly underdocumented. Many entrances lie on private land, their owners unaware of the full extent of the subterranean network beneath their fields and meadows. Landowners often seal entrances for safety, and archaeologists face bureaucratic hurdles to secure excavation permits. As a result, new discoveries emerge sporadically, each tunnel mapped, adding only a handful of meters to the overall recorded length, yet expanding the labyrinth of questions that echo beneath the soil. What, then, was the Erdstall's true purpose? Were these creeping passages merely pragmatic storage or escape routes? Or did they serve as portals to other realms? Rites of passage enacted beneath the sleeping villages, where the living interviewed the dead, or where seekers conversed with primordial powers? Do the tunnels connect to surface shrines or now-forgotten fortresses? Or did they allow messengers to pass unseen between distant hilltop castles, their couriers sliding through the dark in sealed anonymity? As we emerge from our own journey through the Erdstall's low, twisting corridors, shoulders scraped, hearts quickened, daylight feels sharper, brighter against the sky. The fields above hold the imprints of blade and plow, but beneath them lies a world unmapped, its secrets held in clay, stone, and echoing air. And so, as the sun dips and the countryside settles into dusk, we are left with an ever-present question. What further corridors remain uncharted? What hidden chambers guard relics of medieval faith or prehistoric ritual? And who will be bold enough to crawl the next bend, chasing the shadows of history that still linger in the Erdstall's silent depths? Just as the Earth's hidden corridors of the Erdstall Tunnels yielded only questions, our journey now carries us centuries farther back in time and miles eastward, to the gentle Danube bend that nourishes the fertile Loess soils of what is today Serbia. Here, in the farmhouse basements and plowed fields of Vinča, archaeologists in the late 19th century began unearthing clay shards inscribed with mysterious signs, symbols that whisper of a Neolithic world poised on the brink of writing. Imagine descending into a shadowed cellar beneath a simple farmhouse. Your lantern skims across rough-hewn beams and jars of pickled vegetables stacked in corners. Laid out on a low bench are fragments of pottery, jugs, bowls, and figurines once fired in open-air kilns. Yet what catches your eye are the tiny incisions etched into their surfaces, short strokes and angular wedges, crosses and comb-like patterns, spirals and horizontal lines. In the lamplight, these marks look deliberate, almost deliberate, but their meaning slips through our grasp like smoke. The Vinča culture flourished along the Middle Danube between roughly 5500 and 4500 BC, an era when Europe's first farmers tilled the rich soils and wove the earliest textiles. Villages like Vinča Beloberdo grew into sprawling settlements, with houses of wattle and daub aligned along straight streets. Beneath their floors, people buried the dead with clay figurines and chipped stone tools. It was into this context of burgeoning social complexity that scholars first recognized the distinct Danube script, a corpus of more than 200 individual signs carved or painted onto pottery and small tablets of baked clay. Mainstream archaeologists generally agree that the Vinča symbols represent a proto-writing system, an early attempt to record information in sign form, well before the Sumerians' cuneiform of 3200 BC. The signs cluster in groups of 2 to 6 per vessel, often repeated in similar order on multiple pots from the same site. Some appear on small, plaquette-like tablets, suggesting that they had value beyond mere decoration. Could these have been property marks, identifying the owner or the potter? Or perhaps tokens denoting the contents, a grain offering, a ritual drink, a shipment of salted fish? The consistent placement of certain signs at the neck or shoulder of jars implies a standardized labeling system, a remarkable advance in communication. Yet the leap from proto-writing to fully fledged script requires an agreed mapping between sign and speech, an achievement some scholars hesitate to attribute to the Vinča people. Critics argue that the symbols lack the syntactic structure of true writing and may instead constitute memory aids or symbolic motifs linked to religious or clan identities. If so, they still reflect a cognitive breakthrough, the ability to externalize abstract concepts onto durable surfaces, transcending the ephemeral world of spoken word and gesture. The very absence of longer inscriptions, however, deepens the mystery. No Vinča tablet stretches beyond a few signs. No narrative emerges across a sequence of pots. As other cultures developed pictographic and syllabic writing, the Danube script fell silent, abandoned perhaps in the face of new social pressures, environmental changes, or migrations. Why did this early experiment vanish, leaving no descendant systems? Was the script too specialized for a single purpose? Or was it suppressed by incoming populations favoring different symbols? Speculative theories reach still further into the unknown. A handful of fringe voices suggest that the Vinča script was not a local invention at all, but the fragmentary remains of an even older pre-Indo-European writing tradition, one that may have spread along river corridors long before 5500 BC. They note parallels with symbols found in Anatolia, the Cyclades, and even Crete, proposing a network of exchange linking Neolithic communities across the Mediterranean and the Balkans. Yet no coherent body of shared signs materializes in the archaeological record. Each region's symbols retain distinct forms and contexts. Other interpretations attach cosmological significance to certain motifs. A cross-like sign, recurring across Vinča sites, has been read as a solar wheel. Spirals evoke water or the underworld. Comb-like signs might represent sheaves of grain or the plowed lines of fields. If the script were tied to agricultural cycles, might it encode seasonal festivals or taboos? Notes on when to sow and when to reap, carved into the very vessels that held the community's sustenance. In a world still tethered to dawn and dusk, flood and drought, such a symbolic vocabulary would be a lifeline connecting human survival to the rhythms of nature. In recent years, high-resolution imaging of some Vinča tablets has revealed faint traces of pigment in carved recesses, tiny flecks of red and black that suggest the signs were once painted, not merely incised. This addition of color might have enhanced legibility in low torchlight or signaled different categories: ritual versus practical, male versus female, Clan A versus Clan B. Yet pigments vanish in time, and chemical tests can only hint at their original composition. What stories did those painted signs tell to Neolithic eyes, and what voices spoke the names behind those symbols? Excavations across Serbia have uncovered dozens of Vinča sites, yet only a handful yield inscribed artifacts. Most villages, though contemporary, produced no script at all, raising the question of who had access to this technology and why. Did only specialized scribes or priests know the signs, safeguarding knowledge as power? Or was the script a household skill, used by potters and merchants but later lost when settlements relocated or populations shifted? Beyond the Danube's fertile floodplain, discoveries of Vinča-style signs in distant contexts further complicate the picture. A fragment of inscribed clay turned up in a fisher camp on the Black Sea coast. A single cross motif appeared on a spindle whorl in Bulgaria. Such finds suggest that the signs traveled with craftsmen or traders, but their sporadic distribution underscores how fragile early writing traditions can be, surviving only where conditions favored preservation. Lithic analysis of Vinča pottery indicates that clay was sourced locally from riverbanks, tempered with crushed shells. The same material, firings at low temperatures, and hand-modeled forms appear across the region. But the script itself is a flourish, added only to select pieces. Experimental archaeologists have attempted to reproduce the symbols using period-accurate tools, bone styluses, flint burns, charcoal brushes, and confirm that each sign required deliberation, not random decoration. The effort invested in each marking invites us to slow down and reflect. What compelled a Neolithic mind to press that stylus so carefully, etching visual thought into clay? As evening's shadow falls across the Danube terraces, the Vinča tablets beckon us to consider the nature of symbols and the urgencies of memory. They remind us that writing did not spring forth fully formed in Sumerian city-states, but was preceded by centuries, perhaps millennia, of inscribed signs, of experiments in graphical meaning. In the shimmer of a Vinča shard, we glimpse the moment when humans first wrestled with the challenge of crystallizing thought into enduring marks. What then lies hidden in those curved darts and crossbars? Records of grain deliveries, recipes for communal feasts, names of venerated ancestors, or perhaps reflections on the movement of stars as seen from the Danube's banks. And if the Vinča script was a passing spark in prehistory, what other flames of symbolic thought flickered and died before our records began? In the hush of the twilight fields, where glints of broken pottery catch a last ray of sun, the symbols of Vinča wait patiently. Their meaning remains just beyond reach, embedded in clay and time. But for the patient observer, their silent lines still speak of Neolithic hands at work, of ideas balanced between the known and the ineffable, and of mysteries that continue to stir beneath the Earth's surface, waiting for a curious mind to bring them once more into the light. As the Neolithic echoes of Vinča's symbols fade beneath our thoughts, we turn our gaze to a landscape sculpted by ice and wind, far across the globe, to the remote limestone uplands of New Zealand's South Island. Here, atop the jagged ridges of Mount Owen in Kahurangi National Park, a chilling discovery in a subterranean cavern brought us face to face with the very ghosts of a vanished world, the Mount Owen Moa. Imagine setting foot at dawn on a narrow ledge overlooking a vast karst plateau, the air crisp with alpine chill. Ferns and moss cling to fractured rock faces, and the distant toll of a solitary kea, New Zealand's mountain parrot, echoes across the valleys. Tucked into this wild terrain lies a network of caves, their entrances hidden beneath overhangs and rockfalls. It was in one such cavern, in 1986, that spelunker Michael Dawson and a small team of biologists first uncovered the extraordinary. A nearly complete skeleton of a giant bird preserved in fine limestone mud, articulated as if ready to stride once more across the beach forest floors. The moa, an icon of New Zealand's lost megafauna, were thought to have vanished by the late 15th century, driven to extinction by the first human settlers, the Maori, who hunted them and burned forests to reshape the land. Yet here lay the bones of a South Island giant moa, Dinornis robustus, entombed not in shallow midden, but in a mud-choked niche far from known hunting sites. Radiocarbon dating placed its death at around 3,200 years ago, centuries before Polynesian canoes first touched these shores. The Mount Owen find thus offered a snapshot of moa life in a world untouched by human hands. Mainstream paleontologists swiftly recognized the significance of the specimen. Its bones were remarkably undisturbed, vertebrae aligned, limb bones intact, and even the delicate pelvic elements preserved. Feather shafts, too, survived in impressions along the femur, hinting at the dense plumage that once cloaked a creature almost 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Chemical analyses of collagen provided insights into the bird's diet, signatures of tussock grasses and alpine shrubs, revealing an animal adapted to high-elevation niches rather than the lowland forests favored by other moa species. Yet questions soon multiplied. Why had this particular moa taken to the heights of Mount Owen? Caves with mud gullies deep enough to preserve carcasses are rare. Most remains wash into riverbeds or dry out. The Mount Owen specimen lay in a chamber accessible only through a vertical shaft, requiring ropes and specialized climbing gear. Did the bird fall into a concealed sinkhole, mistaking it for soft ground beneath matted vegetation? Or had it sought refuge in the cool darkness, perhaps to escape predators such as the host's eagle, only to become trapped when its own weight broke through a fragile mud floor? Geological surveys of the cave's sediment layers uncovered tantalizing clues. The mud in which the moa lay was part of a sequence of flash flood deposits, suggesting that heavy rains periodically swept fine silt into the chamber, burying any organic remains within hours. Nearby stalagmites bore thin bands of clay, testifying to repeated inundations. Could the moa have been caught in a sudden deluge, a mountain storm driving water and mud down hidden shafts, leaving its body sealed beneath tons of sediment before scavengers ever reached it? Equally mysterious is the single footprint found just beyond the skeleton's neck. Imprinted in the damp clay, it resembled, as the Neolithic echoes of Vinča Symbols fade beneath our thoughts, we turn our gaze to a landscape sculpted by ice and wind, far across the globe, to the remote limestone uplands of New Zealand's South Island. Here, atop the jagged ridges of Mount Owen in Kahurangi National Park, a chilling discovery in a subterranean cavern brought us face to face with the very ghosts of a vanished world. The Mount Owen moa. Imagine setting foot at dawn on a narrow ledge overlooking a vast karst plateau. The air crisp with alpine chill. Ferns and moss cling to fractured rock faces, and the distant toll of a solitary kea, New Zealand's mountain parrot, echoes across the valleys. Tucked into this wild terrain lies a network of caves, their entrances hidden beneath overhangs and rockfalls. It was in one such cavern, in 1986, that spelunker Michael Dawson and a small team of biologists first uncovered the extraordinary, a nearly complete skeleton of a giant bird preserved in the decades since 1986. The Mount Owen moa has been the subject of meticulous study and cautious wonder. High-resolution CT scans of the femur revealed inner structures indicating an animal in late adolescence, bones not fully fused, medullary tissue hinting at active growth. Did this young giant wander alone, driven uphill by some instinct or environmental shift, only to meet its end in the cavern's trap? Stable isotope analyses have traced seasonal movements, suggesting that some MOA populations ascended into alpine zones during summer months, grazing on nutrient-rich plants beyond the reach of lowland competitors. Yet, even as science fills in ecological details, the broader picture remains elusive. No talons, feathers, or bones of other moa species have surfaced at equivalent elevations. Mount Owen seems a unique stage for this drama. Was there a small population of highland specialists now vanished without trace? Or was this lone specimen a vagrant, its life an anomaly marked by a tragic chamber closed forever by mud? Fringe theories, though not embraced by academic consensus, press the boundaries of possibility. Some writers have suggested that the Mount Owen moa's upright posture, implied by the articulated skeleton, might reveal unexpected balance abilities, enabling short bursts of flight or gliding from rocky ledges, now lost as soft tissues decayed. Others theorize that the cave acted as a semi-ritual site for early Polynesian or even pre-Polynesian migrants, who may have revered moa bones as talismans, though no accompanying artifacts have been found to support human involvement. The discovery also sparked debates about the potential for ancient DNA recovery. Early attempts to extract mitochondrial sequences from the bone collagen yielded only degraded snippets, confirming species identification but offering little beyond that. More recent advances in paleogenomics raise hopes that fuller nuclear genomes might be retrieved, unlocking insights into the moa's immune adaptations, growth rates, and relationships with other retites. Yet each extraction risks damaging the precious specimen, and curators tread carefully, balancing the drive for knowledge against the imperative of preservation. In the broader context of megafaunal extinctions, the Mount Owen moa stands as both exception and exemplar. It reminds us that the world before human arrival was not solely inhabited by lowland giants later hunted into oblivion, but also by creatures exploring niches we scarcely imagine. The moa, long declared a symbol of prehistoric loss, here invites us to reconsider its life story. Not only its demise at human hands, but its resilience in adapting to harsh, remote landscapes. As we emerge from the cave into the pale light of a new day, the mountain's crags loom overhead, their summits lost in swirling mist. The chamber that held the Mount Owen moa remains sealed now, protected by park authorities and the delicate balance of archaeology and conservation. But its legacy endures in museums and research laboratories, in the feathers and bones, but more importantly, in the questions it sows. What other uncharted caves harbor the remains of silent sentinels, creatures whose lives intersected with the rhythms of wind and snowfall in ways we have yet to comprehend? Could further exploration reveal a network of high-elevation refugia that sustained moa populations long after the forests fell silent? And if we listen closely to the ancient soils and waters of Mount Owen, might we uncover traces of... In the decades since 1986, the Mount Owen moa has been the subject of meticulous study and cautious wonder. High-resolution CT scans of the femur revealed inner structures indicating an animal in late adolescence, bones not fully fused, medullary tissue hinting at active growth. Did this young giant wander alone, driven uphill by some instinct or environmental shift, only just as the Mount Owen moa remains lie entombed in high-altitude caverns, their lives preserved yet enigmatic? We now turn our attention to a very different remnant of pre-modern mystery, a diminutive skeleton unearthed not beneath ice-carved mountains, but amid the sun-scorched plains of northern Chile's Atacama Desert. This is the story of Atta, the Atacama humanoid whose strikingly small form and unusual anatomy have ignited debates from genetics laboratories to fringe forums around the globe. Imagine standing in the parched wash of a remote salt flat, the wind carrying crystalline dust that glitters in the blinding light. Beneath a sloping ridge dotted with eroded adobe ruins, vestiges of ephemeral mining camps, you peer down into a shallow pit where the bones of a tiny being lie partially exposed by centuries of wind erosion. No larger than a child's hand, the skeleton measures just 15 centimeters in length, its skull elongated in a manner both familiar and uncanny. Around its mouth and eyes, the delicate orbital openings and narrow jaw suggest a creature eerily reminiscent of human infants, yet impossibly wrought by forces we scarcely comprehend. In 2003, a local photographer stumbled upon these bones near the abandoned village of La Noria, capturing images that would soon surge across internet message boards. By 2009, the remains were in the hands of private collectors and documentary filmmakers, propelling Atta into the spotlight. As unusual as the discovery seemed, the path from desert sands to genetic sequencing would reveal a more complex and more human story than anyone expected. Mainstream scientific inquiry began in earnest when a team led by Dr. Gary Nolan of Stanford University obtained permission to conduct detailed analyses. High-resolution CT scans revealed a suite of skeletal anomalies, only 10 ribs instead of the usual 12, a flattened rib cage, malformed vertebrae with evidence of severe scoliosis, and an unexpectedly thickened skull, traits more suggestive of developmental pathology than of any unknown species. The bone density, epiphyseal fusion, and dental development pointed to an individual who lived for approximately 6 to 8 years, despite the miniature stature. Perhaps most revealing were the genetic tests. DNA extracted from bone and tooth samples aligned the specimen squarely within the human lineage, tracing maternal ancestry to the indigenous peoples of the Andes. Mutations in genes associated with bone growth, particularly the FGFR3 gene linked to achondroplasia and other forms of dwarfism, were present, alongside unique variants in genes tied to growth plate regulation and collagen formation. These findings painted a portrait not of extraterrestrial origin, but of a child born with severe congenital disorders, one whose body adapted in remarkable yet tragic ways. Yet how, then, did a child with such significant skeletal abnormalities come to rest in an unprotected desert burial? And why did the remains remain undisturbed for perhaps a century before their accidental unearthing? Archaeologists note that even in harsh environments, small bones are typically consumed by scavengers or scattered by erosion. The partial articulation of Atta's skeleton, ribs clustered around the spine, limb bones lying in anatomical order, suggests a rapid burial, perhaps in a shallow grave now covered by shifting sand dunes. Could local populations have interred the child deliberately, honoring its life despite the extraordinary circumstances? Historical records offer few clues. La Noria's heyday as a nitrate mining town peaked in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when migrant laborers from the Altiplano and beyond poured into the desert. Mining camps erected makeshift cemeteries for workers who succumbed to accident, disease, or exhaustion. It is conceivable that Atta was born within such a transient community, its malformations deemed an ill omen or a gift of special significance. Did a grieving family bury their child with a few personal tokens, now lost to time, and depart, leaving bones to weather the sun, only to emerge decades later as a signal from the past? Speculative voices have woven more extraordinary tales. Some conspiracy-minded authors suggest the elongated skull and miniature ribs reflect a hybrid species, an ancient crossbreeding between humans and an unknown hominid that once roamed the Americas. Others posit that Atta's skeleton is evidence of government experiments in genetic engineering, a child engineered for pediatric space missions who perished and was discreetly removed to avoid public alarm. These theories, however, founder upon the weight of genetic evidence. There is no DNA here beyond that of Homo sapiens, and the high rates of congenital bone disorders offer a far more parsimonious explanation. The story of Atta also intersects with indigenous Andean worldviews. In Aymara and Quechua cosmologies, small or deformed children were sometimes seen as wari, spirit beings bridging the worlds of Earth and Puna, the high plains. Such children might be granted special funerary rites, their graves marked with offerings of stones or coca leaves. Could Atta's burial spot once have been a place of ritual significance, a portal where families left their troubled loved one to join the realm of spirits, the physical remains serving as a nexus between the living and the otherworldly. Chemical analysis of sediments adhering to Atta's bones revealed traces of organic compounds, resins, and plant alkaloids, consistent with shrouding in aromatic incenses or wrappings treated with herbal extracts. While these residues could also derive from natural percolation of desert phytochemicals, their concentration on early bone surfaces hints at intentional funerary practices. If so, Atta's death may have been marked by a ceremony long since forgotten, its participants lost in the desert's relentless sweep. The preservation of Atta's skeleton presents another conundrum. The bones show minimal bleaching from ultraviolet exposure and only slight signs of microbial degradation, suggesting intermittent burial under sand or sediment rather than continuous surface exposure. Geological studies propose that wind-driven dunes around Lenoria shifted over old grave sites in periodic pulses, burying and exhuming remains throughout the 20th century. Yet the skull's frontal bones and facial features remain sharp, as if shielded from direct sunlight. Was the body wrapped in cloth or placed within a small wooden box? Materials now decayed but serving as barriers against the elements? In the years following the initial publications, Atta's remains have been the subject of intense ethical debate. Some scientists called for cremation, viewing further analysis as desecration. Others advocated for public display as a cautionary tale about genetic diversity and human fragility. In 2018, a group of Chilean researchers proposed reburial in accordance with ancestral Andean customs, seeking permission from local communities and descendants of the Atacama region's indigenous peoples. This dialogue underscores the uneasy intersection of science, culture, and respect for the dead, a modern mystery entwined with the child's own. As you stand before the glass case at a university lab or a museum exhibit, the Atacama humanoid's gaze, empty eye sockets in a stylized skull, stirs questions both intimate and vast. What was the child's name, if it ever had one? What cries went unanswered in the desolate salt flats, and what compassion attended its final breath? If genetics can explain the mutations in FGFR3 and COL1A1, can anthropology recover the human story behind those sequences? In the hush of that desolate desert dawn, as the wind scours the world in stillness, the bones of Atta remind us that history's most chilling mysteries often lie at the intersection of nature's creativity and human pathos. Whether a child born with rare bone disorders or a messenger from realms beyond our ken, the Atacama humanoid stands as a testament to life's fragility and the enduring power of curiosity. And so, as we close this chapter of our 3-hour odyssey, we carry forward the haunting question echoed in Atta's miniature frame. Amid the shifting sands and time's unyielding march, what other voices wait in the desert's silence? Stories unread, lives half-glimpsed, and mysteries still unfolding beneath the sun's relentless blaze. Just as the small desert skeleton of Atta lay buried beneath shifting sands, hinting at worlds lost to time and circumstance, our journey now carries us back across millennia to the banks of another great river, the Nile. Here, near the village of Hawara in Middle Egypt, ancient travelers once stood before a marvel so vast and labyrinthine that even the Greeks called it the labyrinth. Its stones have vanished, its corridors remain unexcavated, and yet the ghost of its passageways continues to haunt our collective memory. Imagine approaching the edge of a sun-baked plateau at dusk, the scent of date palms drifting on a faint breeze. To your left, a low hill rises from the plain, an artificial mound of mud brick and cut stone, crowned by a worn pyramid dedicated to Pharaoh Amenemhat III of the 12th dynasty, around 1850 BC. Local villagers know this hill as Hawara. Beneath its rubble, they whisper, lie hidden vaults and galleries that once formed the core of Egypt's most enigmatic structure, the Lost Labyrinth. Our knowledge of this monument comes from Greek and Roman travelers, Herodotus, Strabo, and Pliny, each offering tantalizing fragments. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BC, claimed the complex comprised 12 covered courts, each court containing 30 chambers, 15 above ground, 15 below, connected by columned halls so numerous that at its completion none could find the limit. The walls, he said, were tiled with polished stone and adorned with sculpted images of animals, birds, and aquatic creatures, each level more elaborate than the last. Strabo later recorded that the Greeks called it the labyrinth because those who enter cannot find their way out unless guided by a native. Pliny added that the monument stood second only to the pyramids in his list of marvels, its underground vaults housing the mummies of kings and the records of past dynasties. Yet by the time Roman legions marched through the Fayum, the labyrinth's stones had been pillaged for temple projects in Memphis and even shipped to Alexandria. Modern archaeology first sought the labyrinth at Hawara in the late 19th century, led by the Egyptologist Flinders Petrie. Petrie's team unearthed the pyramid and a nearby mortuary temple, but no clear entrance to the fabled galleries. Instead, they found a maze of mud brick walls from a Roman period town, perhaps built atop the labyrinth's ruins. Petrie recorded subterranean cavities, chambers filled with debris, rock-cut passages leading toward darkness, but could not map an extensive network as described by the ancients. In the decades since, geophysical surveys have scanned the plateau with ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic resistivity. Each line of data reveals anomalies, a void here, a collapsed tunnel there, yet no coherent blueprint emerges. At certain points, radar waves detect voids up to 2 meters wide, suggesting chambers or corridors. In others, the signal dissolves into rubble zones, where soft mud brick has mingled with sand over millennia. Could these voids be the breath of the lost labyrinth, or simply natural fissures and modern burials? Mainstream consensus holds that Amenemhat III, known as Sehetep-Ibn-Re, he who pacifies the heart of Re, embarked on an ambitious mortuary complex at Hawara, part pyramid, part temple, part administrative center for the newly irrigated Fayum oasis. The so-called labyrinth may have referred not to a single structure, but to the entire precinct: pyramid causeway, valley temple, lake temple, workers' village, and subsidiary shrines, all connected by covered colonnades. Over centuries, the site's stones were recycled into Roman fortresses, Coptic churches, and even medieval mosques, leaving only the pyramid's core and a handful of underground galleries. Yet for every mainstream explanation, new questions arise. Why did Amenemhat advance the labyrinth motif, so central to his funerary plan, that it became the site's defining label centuries later? Herodotus implies that the structure incorporated multiple architectural styles, merging Egyptian and foreign elements in ways that respected no single tradition. Could the design have included labyrinthine courtyards intended as symbolic tests for the deceased king, guiding him through trials mirroring the underworld's winding paths? If so, the corridors and chambers might wield have been as much ritual as functional. Speculative scholars have ventured farther. A few argue that the labyrinth's subterranean passages aligned with astronomical phenomena, the sun's path on the winter solstice, or the cycle of the constellation Orion, associated with Osiris. Archaeological probes have noted that one set of north-south trenches lies roughly on an axis that, in 1850 BC, would align with the rising of Sirius, the dog star, whose heliacal appearance heralded the Nile flood. Could Amenemhat's designers have incorporated the heavens into the palace's hidden halls, encoding celestial wisdom in stone? Others propose the labyrinth held records far exceeding the archives of a typical mortuary temple. Pliny's remark that it housed records of the deeds of men of old hints at a library of papyrus scrolls or even stone stelae, documents of legal codes, medical treatises, and philosophical texts that predate classical Greek writing. If such archives existed, they would transform our understanding of ancient knowledge. But until we uncover sealed chambers untouched since 1850 BC, this remains an alluring echo, a possibility as fragile as papyrus itself. Even fringe interpretations find roots in the labyrinth's layered past. A handful of writers speak of an inner sanctum, cut entirely from living limestone, a subterranean hall whose towering columns mirrored the temples above, fashioned by artisans whose names are lost in the sands of time. In these accounts, the inner hall's acoustics amplified the priest's hymns, creating a spiritual resonance that guided souls toward the afterlife. Yet no modern excavation has detected a space large enough or smooth enough to serve such a purpose, leaving such imagery suspended between myth and hope. Recent remote sensing efforts have turned to drones equipped with LiDAR, mapping the plateau's faint surface undulations with remarkable precision. These surveys reveal subtle linear depressions that may mark buried causeways or colonnades, while abrupt changes in vegetation suggest the presence of buried stone foundations. But LiDAR cannot see through meters of sediment to distinguish labyrinthine rooms from natural karst features. The plateau remains a palimpsest, its buried structures overwritten by time. Local Bedouin accounts add another human dimension. Shepherds recall tales of ancient spirits wandering the desert plain after dusk, their flickering lanterns guiding herds away from hidden sinkholes. They point to small rock mounds marked by twisted date palm fronds, offering sites, they say, left in memory of long-lost rituals held at the labyrinth's thresholds. Could the labyrinth's edges have served as ritual boundaries, liminal zones where the living negotiated with the dead, or where oracles read the future in the desert's shifting sands? Even if we accept that the labyrinth was primarily a funerary complex designed to honor and protect the king's journey into the afterlife, its sheer scale defies easy categorization. Amenemhat III's reign coincided with a period of remarkable economic stability, when the Nile's bounty filled royal coffers and allowed massive building projects. Yet no texts record the labyrinth's dedication. No papyri outline its architectural plan, and no inscriptions remain to greet would-be explorers. The monument exists only in fragments, archaeological, textual, and mythic, each suggestive, each incomplete. As the sun dips behind the horizon and the shadows deepen across the plateau, the labyrinth's ghost corridors seem to beckon us still. Beneath the mound at Hawara, the stones of Amenemhat III's precinct await rediscovery, their walls whispering of power, faith, and the human desire to transcend mortality. Will future excavations, armed with ground-penetrating imaging, targeted coring, and patient stratigraphic work, finally reveal a coherent plan? Or will the maze of rubble and ruin continue to resist, offering only fleeting glimpses of its former grandeur? In the chill of twilight, as the desert wind murmurs through the fractured stone, we are left with a singular question. What secrets lie buried beneath that mud brick mound? Secrets crafted by hands guided by faith, ambition, and perhaps a yearning for immortality? The answer remains lost in the labyrinth of history, waiting for the next intrepid explorer to light a torch in the darkness and find a way through its silent, winding corridors.